Hey guys, good morning. What's up? I hope you guys are as excited as I am. I've been wanting to see this trial for a very long time. This is the trial of Betty Broderick. Hi, everybody. My name is Debbie, and I stream trials of the past along with trials of the present. So right now we don't have a trial of the present, so we are just going to be watching Betty Broderick until we will still be watching Betty Broderick unless we finish before Friday, which I don't think we will. Um Friday we will be watching Donna Adelson's trial live and doing this one in the morning. But today and tomorrow we're just going to concentrate on this one. So Judy has some trivia for us. I'm sorry, y'all. After watering bag in today, I don't know why. And I can see, but I can't see. Like, it's all cloudy, poofy. I don't know. It's just watery. Like I'm looking through water. Elisabeth Ann Broderick. So Elisabeth, she went by Betsy. Is an she went by Betty. They married on November 5th, 1989, as well as his new wife, Lynn. Betty Broderick committed murder as an act of revenge after Daniel left her and divorced her. Oh, this was 89. Okay, so I wasn't a teenager when I saw the movie. Okay, I was early 20s then. Because if she did it in 89, I'd already graduated from high school, so I was already 20. Why did I think it was earlier than this? I don't know. So later than I thought. But okay, so still 80s. But yeah, this woman. I mean, I get it. Like, if you put your husband through medical school and then they leave you, I'd be mad too. But she lost it. Like, there are other cases before this against her for like vandalizing their house, like vandalism and all kinds of stuff that she did to these poor people. I mean, yeah, I don't think it's right that he cheated on her and then ended up marrying the woman he cheated on her with, but like I can't remember who she, well, we'll find out. A nurse in the office or office manager or something like that. So, but there's mad and then there's crazy mad. All right, StreamYard. Don't start now.
The people of the state of California versus Elisabeth Ann Broderick.
Morning, Your Honor. Carrie Wells for the people. Paul Burka.
Elisabeth Broderick, who is present.
Order of business this morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll start with the opening statements by the lawyers. An opening statement is in essence a roadmap for you. It gives you from their perspective and should not be considered by you as evidence. For that reason, notebooks will not be passed out until after the statement. The attorney's evidence only if they stipulate to a fact during the course of this case. If they do stipulate to a fact, you are to regard that fact as conclusively proven. Otherwise, their statements when they ask questions are relevant only in that the question gives meaning to the answer.
Just turning my camera off from the get-go because I'm not dealing with this today.
Given notebooks and pencils, you're to leave them on your seat here in the courtroom. When you leave each day and at each recess, you will be able to take them into the jury room with you when you deliberate. A word of caution, however. You may take notes, however, you should not permit note-taking to distract you from the ongoing proceedings in this case. Remember that you are the judges of the credibility of the witness who will be testifying. Further notes are only an aid to memory and should not take precedent over your independent recollection of the testimony. A juror who does not take notes should rely on his or her independent recollection of the evidence and not be influenced by the fact that other jurors took notes. Notes are for the note-taker's evidence. Before we did last week, to please don't visit the scene or any scenes that are suggested by the owner in groups at all. And please remember the admonition not to watch any television, listen to any radio, read it. Do something like that, please bring it to my attention so that we can address it at that time. The people, as you know, have the burden of proof in a criminal case. Therefore, they make the first opening statement. At the end of their opening statement, the defense has the option of making an opening statement at that time, or if result, we'll start with the opening statement by Ms. Wells.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This case is about the cold-blooded execution of two people. The evidence that you'll hear, the undisputed evidence, is that Elisabeth Broderick, the defendant, shot and killed two people as they lay helpless in their sleep. And she did it because she hated them. This is a murder case. There will be no question that Elisabeth Broderick, with her own hands, wiped out the lives of two people. Two people who, just like every one of us in this room, had a right to live. But she decided, Elisabeth Broderick decided, that she had the right to take those lives away. Ladies and gentlemen, she didn't. Nobody does. And that's why we're here. Even though it might be argued to you otherwise, because it sometimes is by some defendants who think that they're somehow special, and therefore they're somehow above the law. Murder is going to involve human beings. Murder is a human crime. Human beings who are the victims, people who have good qualities and bad qualities, who are loved and admired by some, perhaps disliked by others. They're just people, always. a human being who but who, in this case, consistently to solve her problems in a way that is unacceptable in a society that rules and laws that are supposed. There are 2 victims in this case. Both of them were certainly not unknown to the defendant. One of them was her ex-husband, a man named Daniel Broderick. He was 44 years old. The defendant and Dan Broderick had been separated and divorced for almost 5 years. Very much for a very long time. But that was exactly what Elisabeth Broderick was determined to not let happen. The other person that she killed was a young woman named Linda Broderick. She was 28 years old. She and Dan Broderick had been married just about 6 months when in that time, despite the thing it was doing, they were probably happier than they'd ever been. They were looking forward to starting a family. They were actively trying. Elisabeth Broderick snuck into Dan and Linda Broderick's home in the early morning hours, and while they lay there in their bed, completely helpless, completely defenseless, she pointed a .38 caliber gun at their bodies and just plain executed them. What had moments earlier been a warm and peaceful Sunday morning for 2 living, breathing human beings exploded into violence at the hands of Elisabeth Broderick. Elisabeth Broderick was the immediate suspect in these murders when they were discovered a couple of hours later. Everyone who knew Dan and Linda, when they heard tragic news that day, they knew that Elisabeth could die because her hate and her mindset of revenge was something that everyone who knew her, even as an acquaintance, was very well aware of. She'd been threatening to kill them for years, as a matter of fact. She'd had a conversation with a woman named Linda David, who was a housekeeper at Dan Broderick's. And in that conversation, she told Miss David that she knew that Dan and Linda just wanted to be left alone, but that wasn't going to happen. She'd been harassing them for years, and she was going to continue to do whatever she could to make their lives miserable. She said specifically about Dan, I'm either going to make his life a living hell, or I'm going to murder him. It was only about 2 weeks after that conversation, when the opportunity presented itself, she went over there and murdered him. I want to tell you first about exactly what Elisabeth Broderick did that morning, because this case isn't just about murder. It's about what the law defines as premeditated murder. A premeditated murder doesn't require weeks and weeks of intricate planning. It was made before the actual killing. And so the facts and circumstances surrounding just exactly how she killed these 2 people are obviously the things that you're going to want to focus on. From the evidence that what happened on that morning was not a situation that was suddenly thrust upon Elisabeth Broderick. She wasn't, for example, confronted or physically threatened in any way by either Dan or Linda Broderick that morning, or the day before, the week before, the month before, the year before. In fact, they were very afraid of her, truly afraid of what she was capable of doing. And for quite some time, they had done everything they could to avoid her. The evidence will show that what happened on that was specifically sought out. She went to where they were, knowing where they'd be, knowing exactly how vulnerable they'd be, and taking with her an object that's not only designed to kill, but that was loaded and ready to kill.
That out during opening. Oh my God. I don't think I've ever seen that before. She took the gun. Is that the gun? She took that out during opening statements. I don't think I've ever seen a prosecutor do that before. The actual murder weapon during opening statements. Wow.
Elisabeth Broderick lived in La Jolla at the time that this occurred. Dan and Linda lived in an area in Hillcrest, which is Carson's, close to Balboa Park. It's about a 15-minute drive away. She'd gotten up very early that morning while everyone else in the house was still asleep. Her two sons, Danny and Rhett, who were 10 and 13 years old at the time, were staying with her that weekend. And her boyfriend, a man named Broderick, had also spent the night there. She left them all sleeping soundly, her two sons not knowing that they would never see their father again. And she chose to leave her safe and comfortable home and to get into her car and to drive across town to Dan and Linda's house. She took...
Wait, she had a boyfriend? I never knew that. What is wrong with this man? He had to know. The lady just said even her casual acquaintances knew how much she hated Dan and the revenge she wanted to get against him. He's brave. That's a brave man to date a woman that wants to kill her ex-husband.
with her two things, two critical things. One was the gun. It's a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson 5-shot revolver, her gun. The other was a set of keys with a very identifiable key on it that she knew would get her into Dana's house. The gun she with hollow points, which are bullet typically designed to do maximum amount of damage possible when shot into someone. They're designed to kill. The keys weren't her keys. They belonged to her daughter, Kim. And they had mysteriously disappeared from Kim's possession earlier when she'd been with her mother. Kim didn't know where they were. But Broderick had because she knew that there was going to come a time when she had the opportunity to use them. When the defendant got to Dan and Broderick's house that morning.
Oh, also, my bad. There's something else that I should have said before I started. This is her second trial. Her first trial was a hung jury. Good Lord, I do not understand these hung juries. But anyway, the first one was hung. This is her second trial.
It was still very early. It was about 5:30 in the morning. It was a Sunday morning. It was quiet. It was peaceful. The entire city was basically sound asleep. And at that point, when she parked her car in front of the house, she obviously had the opportunity to think about what she was doing. This was not an immediate, rash, impulsive act. She'd had that opportunity on the entire drive over there. There were no distractions. There was no enforcement. She chose to go forward. She was determined to do it. And she made deliberate choices every step of the way. She chose to take the gun out of her purse so that she'd have it right there in her hand, ready to use. She chose to take the keys out of the car. She chose to get out of the car. And she chose to go up to their house. She knew that Dan and Linda would be home alone that morning. Dan and Elisabeth Broderick had had 4 children together. Their 2 daughters, Kim and Lee, didn't live at home anymore. They were grown. And as I mentioned, their 2 sons, Danny and Rhett, she'd left back at her house in La Jolla. So she knew they'd be there alone. She also knew her way around their house. She had never lived there. It had never been her home. But over the years, she had gone into that house when she knew she had no right to be there. She'd go through their rooms. She'd go through their things. She'd move things. She'd take photographs. She'd take things, little things, all in violation of restraining. But that never mattered. Those were just another set of rules that she didn't think should apply to her. So she knew the layout well. And I want to show you the layout as well. This is a videotape that was taken of Dan and Linda's home by an investigator a couple of weeks after the murders. So the scene has essentially been cleaned up. And it was taken during the daylight so that you could, her home, it's set back some distance from the street, not a real far distance. She had parked out in the street and approached the house. She didn't go in the front door, even though it's the most logical door to go into because it's at the front of the house, and even though this key worked to the front door. But there was a reason for that. And you'll see as we get inside the house that the master bedroom, Dan and Linda Broderick's bedroom, was at the top of the stairs, and the stairs are right inside the front door. I have heard her. So she chose to go around the house, back door, so that she couldn't be heard.
How? How? Oh my God. That is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard in my life. Did they not just hear what the prosecutor said? Well, this is the wrong trial. I wonder if she said that in the last trial. She took the keys from her daughter and drove all the way over there. She had plenty of time to decide not to do this. She took the gun and the keys and drove over there. That's intent right there. Oh my God. Seriously, in what world is driving to someone's house with a gun and shooting them while they're in bed asleep? Manslaughter. I'm sorry, I'm flabbergasted. I'm flabbergasted. My flabbers are gasted. Why? Oh my God. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all.
This is the back door that she went in the house. You can see that it was a two-story house. Right off the back door is the kitchen. She went through the kitchen. Into a hallway. You can see this is the front door and the stairs right as you enter the front door. And you can see their bedroom right on top of the stairs. Again, she didn't go in that door at the top of the stairs, even though she could have. Nothing was preventing her from doing it. And it's obviously the most logical door to
Your
go
Honor,
in.
may we?
Not necessarily.
As you can see, on the bed, if they had been awake, they might have been able to see her, might have been able to do some protect themselves. And so she didn't go in this door.
I'm going to object again. We had looks as to this.
Sustained. You can just say she came in the back door, Ms. Wells. You don't have to elaborate. Go ahead.
She went down this hallway. And into a little TV room, which is behind the bedroom.
Your Honor, the purpose of it was to show the layout of the house. I object.
She can just describe the path. That's permissible. Go ahead.
This is for the second door to the bedroom, which is the door that she came in. She had the cover of the lamp here. She was coming in a dark corner. The windows were on the other side of the room.
Your Honor, I'm
She was
just going to
coming
object to
in
this.
from,
Sustained. Don't argue what your interpretation of the room is, Ms. Wells. I'll just show them the layout of the room and the path the defendant took in going up there.
Dan and Linda were in bed, sound asleep. It was 5:30 on a Sunday morning. They'd been out the night before with friends, having dinner. Well, Broderick stood in the bed, literally almost ready, and without hesitation, she pointed the gun at them and she pulled the trigger 5 times. And this is not an automatic. This is a revolver. You have to pull the trigger each time in order to shoot this gun. And you will see that it's not a particularly easy trigger to pull. And you'll also see that every one of her shots was aimed to kill. This is a scale diagram of the bedroom. 2 different pictures of the same bedroom. When the defendant entered right on here, Linda basically lying flat back the bed, went right into her chest, right above her heart, right exactly where you'd shoot someone if you were intending to kill them. That shot went completely through her body and into the bed underneath her. That shot in itself would have killed her. It was
StreamYard, I'm not in the mood today. Can we not do this today? Please?
underneath her. That shot in itself would have killed her. It was fatal. She shot Dan, who was most probably lying on her because she shot him right in the middle of the back. and he either tried to frantically dive away as she was shooting at him, or he simply fell off the bed in response to being shot. A second shot at him missed. Linda had also reacted to being shot by trying to roll away or get away from the defendant. But the defendant shot at her 2 more times. One shot just barely missed her head, went into the nightstand right next to the bed. The other shot was right on target, right in the middle, the back of her head. That shot exploded through her brain and killed her instantly. They both were shot in the back as they were trying to get away. She had to aim at Linda. She had to change her aim to get Dan. She had to change her aim again to get Linda again. The bullet that hit Dan, who was now lying on the floor, had pierced through his lung, but he didn't die instantly. As he laid there on the floor, wounded, he tried to reach for the phone that was on the nightstand next to the bed, presumably to call for help. Elisabeth Broderick was now out of bullets. It was a 5-shot gun. She had shot all 5 of them, 2 at Dan and 3 at Linda. But Dan was still alive and reaching for the phone. It's at this point that the evidence will show how clearly the defendant's intent was to kill these 2 people. Because when she saw that Dan was still alive, she didn't pick up the phone herself and call 911 and say, "Oh my God, I just shot 2 people, come quick, what have I done?" She didn't just panic and run out of the house. What she did was to walk all the way around the bed, over to where Dan was lying, to where, as she later told someone, she could hear him gurgling in his own blood. And what she did was she picked up the phone and ripped it out of the wall, literally tearing the cord in half. And she did it in her own words so he couldn't save himself. There would be no chance to call for help. She then walked out of the room, dumping the broken phone at the top of the stairs. And when she left, this is a photograph of the scene. Linda lay dead in a pool of blood. Dan Broderick was left to essentially suffocate in his own blood and die anywhere from a couple of minutes to as much as a half hour later. The shot that he took actually was very similar to the shot that President Reagan took through his lung. But President Reagan was rushed to the hospital and he survived. Dan didn't have that opportunity. Not once in the minutes to hours after Elisabeth Broderick left them there, while she was busily calling people to tell them what she had done, not once did she express any remorse for what she'd done, or did she make any effort to get them help. She went over there wanting them dead, and she made sure that they died. Well, what was the motive for these killings? People don't just kill other people out of the blue. There's always a reason in any murder, which is distinguishable from an excuse. We always hear in the movies that murders involve motive and opportunity. Obviously, she had the opportunity. She can't and won't deny that she killed Dan and Linda Broderick. She told too many people that morning that she did it. She called one friend and said, "I shot Dan. I finally did it." So she can't deny that. Did she have a motive? Absolutely. And it's probably the oldest and most common motive there is. I said it at the very beginning. Hate. Pure, unadulterated, intense, obsessive, jealous hate. Counsel himself, I think, was the one who brought up the phrase about a woman scorned. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. I think Perhaps the phrase might more appropriately be held hath no fury like a person scorned, because being scorned or being romantically rejected is pretty common to both sexes. And being hurt, and being angry, and even having some sort of revenge over it is universal. Most people put the hurt and anger behind and move on with their lives. Elisabeth Broderick chose not to. And you will see that it was a choice that she made to keep that hate alive. With her, that hate became her life. And she's still filled with it. I do want to describe for you at least some of the background that led to these events, because you can see the building fury on her part. And not just the fury at having been rejected, but the fury at never being able to effectively get even for it. That's what kept it going. What I think you will see from the evidence is that there is a lot more to the background of what happened here than Elisabeth Broderick ever wanted people to know. She wanted, and wants very badly, to be viewed entirely as the victim in this scenario. And she went about in very subtle ways, setting up situations to continue to make it look that way. There is a lot more to this woman than meets the eye. There are certainly a lot of things that aren't disputed that you're going to hear. Dan and Elisabeth Broderick had been married, obviously, and unfortunately, like over 50% of the marriages in this state, their marriage ended in divorce, which is not a happy circumstance for anyone. They had had 4 children together, 4 neat kids. By the time they had separated, which was in 1985, Dan Broderick had become a fairly well-known attorney here in San Diego. And he was somewhat unique because he had not only a legal degree, but a medical degree as well. He was very bright.
Okay. He was a lawyer and a doctor. Did she put him through both? Did she put him through both law school and medical school? I thought he was just a doctor. Dang. Dang. Yeah, if she put him through both schools, you better believe I'd be ticked off. But I'm not risking jail to get revenge on anybody. I'm claustrophobic. Would that be cruel and unusual punishment if a claustrophobic person went to jail? Yeah, I'm not risking jail for anybody. Yeah, but I get why she's mad. But that, all he did towards the end was pity that woman. I mean, he probably was really mad at her too, but he probably pitied her. Like, don't ever, there are plenty of people out there. If someone doesn't want you, let them go and go find somebody better. Like, this woman went crazy.
He worked extremely hard and always had, and he was known in the legal community for being entirely ethical. In fact, almost without exception, when people describe whether they worked with for him or against him, I think how hard he worked, and 2, his integrity. He loved the law. And those combined to make him a good and financially successful attorney. For example, in 1986, voted to be the president of the San Diego Bar Association, the local association in teaching new young attorneys about the practice of law. He was involved in teaching doctors about how to avoid malpractice suits. Their separation occurred in 1985. And at that point, it was Dan Broderick who made the decision to leave the marriage. I'll talk a little bit more about why that happened in a minute. One thing you will see from the evidence is that from that point, Elisabeth Broderick was bitter in a major, major way. And what had once been and described by her as an ideal marriage suddenly became something very different. From the time of their separation to hurt Dan Broderick. One of the ways to hurt him was to try and destroy his reputation, which she knew was important to him. This was not a divorce that he was going to be allowed to have in private. She wanted everyone to hear, and even people who didn't particularly want to hear, actually developed quite a reputation around town for telling her story, sometimes almost verbatim, to friends, to Dan's colleagues.
I knew she did medical school. I didn't realize he was a lawyer too. And I get it. I'd be mad too. But she did things like break into their house and steal stuff, and she vandalized their house, and she basically had them living in fear. They had to get a restraining order against her, which she didn't even care that there was a restraining order. So, like, two wrongs don't make a right. And what these people did, like Dan and the new wife, morally wrong maybe, but not illegal. Like, it happens, right? It happens all the time. People end up meeting somebody younger and prettier at work, and they leave their wives for them. It happens. So don't blame the person that you paid for their school. Blame yourself for paying for that person's school. I mean, how do you get anything out of that? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm too nice of a person, but like, how does making them miserable make you feel better? I don't understand that. I just don't.
To her children's teachers, to neighbors, to newspaper reporters, she told her daughter that she was going to ruin him. A lot of her friends, who right after the separation tried to offer all sorts of support and help and suggestions for moving on. Lots of marriages break up. A lot of her friends' marriages have broken up. Even they were ultimately driven away by her steadfast refusal to let go and by her need for vengeance. She was described as being out for blood, and that made people feel uncomfortable. And that started at the very beginning, and it never ended.
Okay, so if he was already in medical school when they got married, then she paid for law school. Not both. Okay.
Her story that she told most people about why the marriage broke up, one that she told over and over, was basically of a woman who had given up a wealthy, pampered life to marry this struggling, unsophisticated, even unattractive, according to her, young man, whom she basically, she taught him his social graces, that she financially struggled with him, and then finally, just when he became the success that she had made him, he up and left her for another woman in the Kolkena. Basically, as she described it, he turned 40, she became the victim of his midlife crisis. That's a story that, at face value, people are generally playing that, because even if it were entirely true, it's really uncommon. But this will show that there is a lot more to it than that in this case. There is a real, definite amount of distortion and exaggeration in Elisabeth Broderick's accounts of things that even her children who lived through this recognized, about the little things and about the big things. Little things like that Dan, who was unquestionably of medical school when they married, all of his medical school education was paid for by his parents, not shot by Elisabeth Broderick. When he decided to go on to law school, he didn't feel that he should take any more money from his parents. He was the oldest of 9 kids, he had a lot of other kids to put through school. And so he worked part-time, he went to school full-time, and he paid for his law school education entirely by loans that he then got with the money that he made as an attorney, a fairly common way of doing it. If Dan and Elisabeth Broderick struggled financially when they were very first married, and they did, they both worked hard, not unlike most young married couples, it wasn't too many years before they were both reaping the benefits of his ultimate success. They moved to San Diego in 1973 when he finished law school, and he was immediately hired by the most prestigious and highest-paying law firm in San Diego, right out of the chute. They couldn't have done any better. And Dan Broderick immediately impressed people. By 1979, years before they separated, several years, he'd gone into practice on his own, and they were doing very well financially, at least from most people's standards. They had moved to La Jolla, one of the nicest places in San Diego to live. Their children were all in the finest private schools. Over the next few years, they were able to take trips to Europe and Cancun and Bahamas. They took ski vacations every year. Elisabeth Broderick had, in her own words, a closet full of $2,000 dresses. At one ball, she wore a $10,000 designer dress. Dan Broderick wore a top hat and a cape. They were a very striking couple to look at. People noticed them. From the outside, it appeared as though they had it all. But, unfortunately, as in cases, although Elisabeth Broderick has told many people that they were both so happy during these years and that the only problem was Dan and his midlife crisis, that just wasn't true. Because in other contexts, she has admitted that they had significant problems in their marriage from the very beginning. She's admitted that they not only talked about divorce, but that she had threatened divorce, she had demanded divorce herself from the very early years of their marriage. Her daughter can remember from the time she was very, very little, her mother saying to her, "Dad and I are going to get a divorce. Who are you going to live with?" Elisabeth Broderick has in fact said, and this may be a real underlying factor, that she was never in love with Dan Broderick. When she met him, he was a nerd. But she married him because she knew he was going to be a success. He was going to be a moneymaker, a money-making machine. And marrying him was a great investment. It fit perfectly into the image that she wanted for her life. The successful husband, the beautiful home, the picture-perfect children, the status of a wealthy socialite. This case is not about why Broderick married or what broke up or who was at fault. Fault's a real concept when talking about a relationship between two people, especially when one of those two isn't here to tell you his side or what he was going through or what he was feeling or how hard he tried. The fact is that the Broderick marriage had always been trouble. And Elisabeth Broderick was never someone who was hesitant at expressing her displeasure over things. She has, and always has had, a very strong personality. And to someone on the receiving end of that displeasure, life probably wasn't so great. If she was angry at Dan, for example, for having drinks with his friends after work instead of coming immediately home, which was apparently a long-standing bone of contention, she would lock him out of the house. Not just by locking the door, but by wedging his favorite ski in the door, for example, so that when he opened the door, he would break it. If she was angry at Dan for taking the kids out for pizza and staying out too late on a school night, her response was to throw a stereo at him when he opened the front door.
Stereo?
At the dinner table, if she got angry, she was known to pick up ketchup bottles and throw them across the room. Sometimes she would intentionally break things that were important to him, like a favorite picture. Her daughter has seen her dig her fingernails into his arms, scratch him, yell at him, throw jars of hair gel at him. Even outside the home, one of the consistent descriptions from people who knew him during these years was how noticeably critical Elisabeth Broderick always was of Dan in front of other people. Always criticizing his looks, his clothes, his decisions, not major things, just chipping away, making other people feel uncomfortable. She is described by one friend as being a great put-down artist. And these observations of people, many people, were occurring long before, years before, a young woman named Linda Kolkena ever came into the picture. In fact, they told the people even before their youngest son, Rhett, was born in 1979. Linda Kolkena moved to San Diego in 1983. She had worked for several years in Atlanta as a paralegal for another attorney. She'd been a flight attendant for Delta Airlines before that. When she decided to move to San Diego, the attorney that she worked for, who thought the world of her and her abilities, recommended several attorneys here in San Diego to look up for a job, and one of them was Dan Broderick, who at the time was expanding and needed some help. Dan hired her in September of 1983 as a paralegal office manager. She was 22 years old. She too was very bright. She was full of life and fun and uncritical, and it's clear that ultimately Dan Broderick fell in love with her, and she fell in love with him. And she loved him for who he was, and not just the stats that he could provide. It shouldn't have happened.
On the stand, you want to see uppity. Oh my gosh. I've only seen clips of her on the stand. I've not seen this whole trial, nowhere near this whole trial, just clips of her on the stand. Uppity is an understatement.
It was wrong. He was a married man with 4 kids, and it shouldn't have happened. But it did. And Dan Broderick struggled for 2 years with what he should do about it. His unhappiness in the marriage, by the way, was not a secret between them. The separation wasn't something that just came out of the blue. By the summer of 1983, 2 years before they actually separated, he had tried to tell Elisabeth Broderick that he was unhappy, that it worked out. This is when she has claimed he said all sorts of cruel about her being old and boring. And other times she has said, it was very shortly after that when Elisabeth Broderick did something that certainly had a significant impact on the marriage. She slid November of 1983, shortly after Dan told her that he wanted out of the marriage. And right about the time that he claimed she started to suspect that he was involved with Linda Kolkena. She hadn't uncovered anything that confirmed that, but he had hired her in September, and she...
Knowing what I know about this woman, I wonder if that was real, or if it was just, like, shallow cuts to make him think she was going to kill herself. Because I would not put that past this woman.
She had 4 children at the time. The youngest was 4 years old. Elisabeth Broderick herself has described that when Dan found her that night, that he cried, that he told her nothing was going on, and that he promised to stay with her. And he did, for another 2 very tumultuous years. By the way, the cuts on her wrists turned out to be very superficial ones, very superficial ones. She never required any stitches. She never required any medical treatment at all. This was not a true suicide. It was an extremes that she would to control situations with people. But things never got any better. Even Elisabeth Broderick has admitted that those next 2 years were miserable. It was during that time, for example, that she decided to burn his clothes, Dan's clothes. She went to Dan's office. She immediately assumed that he was doing something inappropriate with Linda, which was not the case. And so she went home, she gathered up all his clothes, armful after armful, dumped them in a big pile in the backyard, and while her children tried to stop her and cried, she poured gasoline all over them and lit them into a bonfire in the backyard. She was in a rage, she was furious, and she acted on her anger.
And the other thing about
When the marriage ended,
she didn't try to hide any of this from her kids. In fact, if I remember correctly, she told her kids, you know, how bad their dad was. Like, anything she would have said to anybody else, she would say right in front of her kids. She didn't care. Like, all the stories and everything she told everybody else, you know, I put him through whatever, and he cheated on me, and he left me, and like, she didn't care. She said whatever she said in front of her kids. Whatever she did in front of her kids. Like, she did not care. She didn't want to protect the kids, shield the kids from any of the things that was happening. I don't know what it takes to overrun the maternal instinct like that. I mean, is hate a stronger emotion than the maternal instinct? Like, you always want to protect your kids from bad stuff, and this was bad stuff. I mean, she was doing bad stuff to their dad and not hiding it from them at all.
in February of 1985, it followed shortly on the heels of an argument that Christmas, where Elisabeth Broderick was again furious, but this time it was because Dan had not bought her the present that she, and this is her own description of that. I also had a ring on my wish list, a beautiful diamond iPod collection in La Jolla. We certainly had the money for it, great on my long finger, and God knows after all he put me through, I'd earned it. In fact, I told him he owed me big this Christmas. He presented me with a teeny-weeny ring like you'd give a 10-year-old. It wouldn't even fit my pinky, and I wouldn't be caught dead wearing it anyway. I didn't need a ring. I only wanted the ring. If he didn't want to splurge for the ring, he needn't have insulted me with that tiny piece of shit. I told him it wasn't even worth the gas in my car to return it, and gave it to my daughter. Like I said, it was ultimately Dan Broderick's decision to leave the marriage, even though Elisabeth Broderick had left before. There was one occasion where she just disappeared for a couple of days. And it wasn't because he suddenly had a midlife crisis. And it wasn't because he didn't like the fact that Elisabeth Broderick had gotten old and fat. She was only 37 years old, and she was, in fact, thin and beautiful. In fact, this is a photograph of her in 1985, the year that they separated. It didn't have anything to do with rejecting her for her looks. It had to do with being in a loveless and volatile and unhappy marriage for years, recognizing that it wasn't going to get any better, and finally he just couldn't live anymore. If Elisabeth Broderick was angry about things and felt that he owed her before the marriage ended, Dan Broderick was totally unprepared for what was to come after.
They had a divorce settlement, and he was ordered to pay alimony and child support. And the alimony was like 5 figures a month. And she said that wasn't enough. She couldn't live on that. Because I guess she was so used to all the money that to her was such a piddly amount. I think it was 5 figures. I'm pretty sure it was 5 figures. Because I remember thinking, man, that's a lot of money. And that was back then. So, okay, it wasn't 5 figures. A lump sum of $30,000 and $9,000 per month. Close, almost. Almost 5 figures. But still, $9,000 a month. And she couldn't live on that. Back in, when was this? I wrote it down. I've already forgotten it. What year did this happen? 1989. So, a lump sum of $30,000, $9,000 per month. He had custody of the children, but she had visitation rights. Yeah, but didn't that visitation right thing come out of her being so crazy? Because they had like the restraining orders and she'd been like in their house and all that. Wasn't that how he ended up with the kids? Yeah, it was 1989. Yeah, I just found out about that yesterday when I was looking for pictures for the thumbnail. I saw Dirty John, which is season 1 of the Netflix series, which is why it's called Dirty John, the Betty Broderick story, which is stupid because it's misleading. Season 1 was about Dirty John, which is very good, by the way. And season 2 is the Betty Broderick story, which I guess I need to watch. Yeah, like he didn't just get awarded the kids. He got awarded the kids because she went cray-cray. So I don't think it started off with him having the kids, which was another thing that made her even madder. And she just lost it.
One of the other ways.
Okay, to talk about protecting the kids, I guess because the 2 girls were grown and out of the house, and the 2 boys were at her house, so she knew they wouldn't be home at their dad's house. So maybe she thought she was protecting them by doing it that way. But still, she left them. Well, I'm confused because at first the prosecutor said her boyfriend was at the house. And then she said that she left the boys alone at the house. So maybe the boyfriend left at some point. But either way, the kids weren't at the house when he was shot, which is a good thing. So maybe she was thinking about that one time ways to protect the kids. I don't know. But it was stupid. Everything she did was stupid.
That you'll hear about, that Elisabeth Broderick chose to exact some revenge. And perhaps the most significant one was her refusal to take care of their children.
So, hang on. She said that when they were shot, that the 2 oldest ones were out of the house. Is this how old they were when they were divorced? Because 15 and 13 is not out of the house.
And perhaps the most significant one was her refusal to take care of their children after their separation. After their separation, you will hear that Dan Broderick obtained custody of their 4 children. But it wasn't because he...
Yes, Jennifer. Yes. And I put, I guess it was the movie poster, or, well, there wouldn't have been a movie poster, I guess, because it was a TV, made-for-TV movie. Maybe it's the cover of the VHS tape or something. I found it, and I put it on the thumbnail. I thought I was a teenager when I watched it, but I guess not. It must have been my early 20s. It was forever ago, because I'm old now. So whenever the movie came out, so probably my early 20s. I don't know if she won an Emmy or was just nominated, but I remember that. And I think I may had seen a documentary about her first before I saw the movie, but the movie was really, really good. Like, Meredith Baxter Birney was excellent as her. Like, she was unhinged. She did such a good job. Oh, I thought she was living in the marital house. She wasn't, so she got 50% of the sale of the house, and then they both bought new houses. So, see, I'm thinking about mortgage now. Mortgage back then was a lot cheaper. So, yeah, $9,000, that would have been fine. You're welcome, Carla. Hey, Wiggles. Oh, it is on Prime? Cool. Yeah, I was 23. Yes, I was starting my nursing career. Because I started in 1992, I think. Yeah, that's when I started nursing. The day before my 23rd birthday. So, yeah, early 20s when I saw it. Yeah, me too. Me too, Jennifer. And it's like all a big blur. Like, I can't even say when I learn about what case anymore. Like, I know. Oh, we are? Cool. It's like, I know it was somewhere around that time, but I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, it was a made-for-TV movie. I remember that. The first true crime made-for-TV movie I ever watched was The Burning Bed. I watched it with my mom. My mom was gone by the time this happened. I mean, she was still alive when the crime happened, but she didn't make it to see the movie. We would have watched that. You are not 15. Flip those numbers, girlfriend.
He snatched them away in some fancy legal move, which is how she always described it. It was because she gave them to him intentionally, one by one, over the course of a couple of months right after the separation. She just dropped them off with him in tears, not understanding what was going on. And the comment that she made to several of her friends was, if I'm not going to be Mrs. Daniel T. Broderick, he can take care of the kids. See what woman wants him with 4 kids. She knew that he was totally ill-equipped to be a full-time parent. He was a full-time workaholic attorney. And dumping the kids in his lap was a way of punishing him. It was, she wasn't about to let him leave her and go have a carefree single lifestyle. lifestyle. It was, you want to leave? Fine, here's what you get. Refused to take the children like he could have. He didn't pick them up and dump them back on her. They were traumatized enough. He couldn't understand why she was doing it, but he basically set about trying to take care of all 4 kids the best he could. And it was tough. It was tough on all of them. He wasn't real good at it. He'd never been their primary caretaker. He'd been the primary wage earner. But he did try. He certainly didn't abandon them. When Elisabeth Broderick realized that forcing him to take care of the kids didn't really make him as miserable as she thought, when they actually all started doing reasonably well, she just got angrier. Her attitude then was, how dare he actually keep them? But she wouldn't take the kids back, even though at that point he would have willingly let her. They were a tremendous handful for him. And she has lots of excuses for that now. She started acting out in other destructive ways. On one occasion, she went out and bought a can of black spray paint and spray painted all over the inside and outside of the house. On another occasion, she took a pie and smeared it all over his clothes and the bedspread and the carpet. She'd throw rocks at his car, rip off his antenna, dump trash in the front yard. This sort of thing was going on for months and months after the separation, right after.
Who wastes a perfectly good pie like that? Seriously.
For the separation. It was such a traumatic time for these kids, and these things were making it very difficult. Dan Broderick pleaded with her to stop, but her response was basically that it was her house too, and it was, and so she could do anything she wanted. Finally, after several months, he didn't know what else to do, and so he went to court and got a restraint to try and prevent coming over and vandalizing the house. Unfortunately, getting served with a restraining order just made her madder. No court was going to tell her what to do. And besides, she felt that if she was hurt, and she was angry, and she was acting out like this, it wasn't her fault. She didn't want the divorce, he did. It was his fault for leaving her in the first place. In December of 1985, it was 10 months after the separation, they separated in February. By December, Dan Broderick decided to move out of La Jolla to the house in Marsden Hills that you saw where he was ultimately killed. Maybe moving into another part of town, into a different house, might help diffuse things, make this stuff stop. But the problem was that he still did want the divorce, and she still did not. And so it didn't stop. A large part of hurting him then became actively trying to get her children to hate their father as much as she did. In fact, her goal was, and still is, to get everyone to join in her hate. Some of the evidence that you'll hear that shows the intensity of her hate, her desire to publicly drag Dan Broderick through the muck.
Look at all that short, poofy hair. I used to wear my hair like that. It's so ugly.
And her attempts to sabotage her children's relationship with their father comes from the messages that she would leave on the phone answering machine at the Marsden Hills house. Sometime in 1986, Dan had installed an answering machine on his phone, right about the time when those things started becoming popular. During that time, Elisabeth Broderick had been saying things to him, and particularly to the children, that when he would describe them to other people, they had a hard time believing. Sexually describing him and Linda in sexually explicit terms was one example. Telling her children that she was going to kill their father was another. Dan Broderick finally started keeping some of these answering machine messages, some of the ones that were particularly bad, so that, for example, the children's psychologist who was trying to help them through this time could hear what she was actually saying. And I'm going to play a sample of some of those messages for you.
Stipulate the reporter would not take this down.
Yes, Your Honor.
What, Your Honor?
Stipulate the reporter would not take the tape.
Yes, Your Honor.
I actually love this machine because then I can really just say anything I want. Tell the kids that you don't think it's wrong that you're screwing the cunt in the hall that has their legs wide open for anybody who comes by. Paid for it?
Oh,
I
there's a
thought
text.
I love it. Well,
Squirrel.
stop screwing the cunt long enough to return my call, plus messages on the machine, with the maid, with the secretary, etc., etc. I have very important things to ask you. You're making me mad. I'll kill you. Oh, fuckhead, it's me. I took the advice of hundreds of people who told me to call Marvin Mitchelson a year ago. I finally did it, called him. He's going to come down here and tar and feather and make even a bigger public asshole of yourself than you've done all by yourself. I'm just going to have to pay him a little for it. This is going to be fun. Okay, I'm just going to let it. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, tougher they tough. I'm having so much fun. I love this machine. You suckers, you. Anyway, you remember how your favorite case was going to court, the guy who went to court to prove the other guy was an asshole and won? I want to go to court to prove you're I'll win. I love it. This is going to be so much fun. Oh no. Again. Oh, you know about clean anyway. The mere existence is a filthy statement on human life. You're like the scum of the earth. People like you are not new, you know. They've been around since the beginning of time. Same old story. Yeah. I wonder when my kids are coming home. Oh well. Call back later, I guess. Just to harass you.
Just to harass you. Just to harass you.
This is a message to the You have one hell of a nerve dumping the kids here on the sidewalk and zooming away without making any attempt to communicate with me about my plans for the weekend. Make me sick, the both of you. I have a good mind to dump the kids back on yours and drive away. Call me. We have a lot to talk about, asshole. And come pick up your 4 children that you're working so hard to have custody of. Congratulations. You can have them. Someone Lulu told me you're afraid of me. You better damn well be afraid of me and keep pulling shit like this. You pay this insurance bill now, or you're going to be damn afraid of me. But this is Mommy. I'm out of the shower now. Where are you? You can make a choice today about staying with me or staying with the cunt sucker.
Dang.
Took a break. Ladies and gentlemen, this time we'll take our morning recess. We'll be in recess until 5 after, give you enough time? In recess till 5 minutes after 11. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves or let anyone else discuss it with you, nor form any opinions until the matter is finally submitted to you. We're in recess.
Those messages that you just heard prior to the break were just a very small example of the messages that she left over a period of years and years. The last one that you heard was a message to her youngest son, Rhett, who was 7 years old at the time, when she was telling him that he had the choice of spending a day with her or with, and you heard how she described his father. She didn't just speak that way to Dan or to Linda. She spoke that way directly to her children. And she continued to speak that way to her children, despite requests from Dan to stop, despite pleas from her children to stop, despite court orders to stop, despite Dan at one point in frustration refusing to pay her any money if she didn't stop, despite being held in contempt for doing it over and over and over, despite even ultimately being sentenced to some days in jail by a very frustrated judge after flat out ignoring warnings that that was going to happen if she didn't stop. She didn't care. She told kids, it's a free country. I have a right of free speech. And again, it wasn't her fault. She was always provoked by something that Dan or Linda had done into leaving these messages that her children would hear. Nothing she did was ever her responsibility. Part of the provocation for those messages, she always claimed, was that Linda's voice was on the machine that left the message. This is the Broderick's house, no one's home, leave a message at the beep. And she claimed that when she'd call and she'd hear her voice, it would just infuriate her so much that she just couldn't help but leave some vulgar message. And Linda's voice had been on the machine at one point in the very beginning. The girls left long and kind of silly messages that their dad didn't think was real appropriate. But when it was realized that that was a problem, her voice was taken off, and it didn't make any difference. Elisabeth Broderick continued to leave those messages no matter whose voice was on that machine. She continued to talk to her children off the phone that way all the time. She didn't need to hear Linda's voice in order to provoke her into saying those things. She would also later claim that Dan kept those messages just so that he could build a case against her for custody of the children. But the evidence will show that at the time that she was leaving most of them, in fact, when she left all of those, he didn't need to build a case for custody. She was refusing to take the kids. It wasn't at issue. It was also during this time that the defendant started doing things even at her own apparent detriment or disadvantage, but do them as long as it also was going to hurt Dan Broderick. Example of that was forcing the owner in order to embarrass her.
Good for Dever. She needs to, because they threw her under the bus, and she ruined her career by what she did. She is the Boston cop that testified in the Karen Reed trial that had been a Canton cop and had seen Chief Berkowitz and Brian Higgins in the Sallyport with Karen's SUV. And she told the FBI that, and then said that she didn't see it, that it was a false memory. And then she gave Jackson such a hard time on the stand. Yeah, don't call her Diva. Deaver. Don't call her Deaver. She does not like her name being said incorrectly. But no, I hope that goes well for her. Because she ruined her career by what she did. She should have just kept telling the truth and let it be what it was. But by trying to play their games, she screwed up. At least in my opinion. Yep, me too, Judy.
This happened way back in 1986. It was obviously several years before these killings. But it's an example of how she manipulated situations. This was the night of the Blackstone Ball, and I'm sure that most of you have never even heard of the Blackstone Ball, but it's a big function that the Bar Association puts on once a year. It's kind of like the big event of the year. It was at the Blackstone Ball that the defendant had worn that in-house designer dress that I mentioned before. On this particular occasion, she found out that Dan was going and that he was taking Linda. This was November of 1986, so it had been almost 2 years since they'd been separated and living apart. It had been over 5 months since they were formally divorced. But she didn't like the idea that he was going and that he was going with Linda. And so she went over to his house that day to essentially force a confrontation. You will see that she knows how to confront when she wants to. Her own description of that day is that she drove over there, she confronted him, she told him that he was and this is a quote from her, a gross creature for appearing in public with, she always described
Dang.
to her. She was obviously angry. He obviously didn't want her. This was after leave. He was in the process of getting ready for the evening. There was a restraining order. She wasn't supposed to be there. But she refused. He told her that if she didn't leave, he was going to have to call the police. She basically said, go ahead, call the police, I'm not leaving. He didn't try and beat her up. He didn't try and physically throw her off the property himself. He simply called the police to enforce the restraining order. When the police officer got there, she explained to the defendant, it was a woman officer, that there was a valid restraining order in effect, and you have to leave. That's the only thing that Dan Broderick wants. She refused. The officer told her, look, if you don't leave, I'm going to have to physically place you in custody. She gave her several opportunities to just leave so that she didn't have to be arrested. And she refused. And so she was arrested. When she got to jail that day, the first thing that she did was to call up a friend of hers, a woman named Gail Forbes, to tell Gail Forbes that Dan had had her arrested and that she should call the newspapers and tell the newspapers that while the president of the Bar Association was at the Blackstone Ball, he'd had his wife thrown in jail. Gail Forbes describes her as sounding very pleased with herself. Gail Forbes didn't call the press. The defendant bailed out that night. Dan Broderick's evening was pretty much ruined. And thereafter, on many occasions, she talked about how he had brutalized her by throwing her in jail. Before I go any further, one thing that all of you need to know is that Elisabeth Broderick now claims that during her marriage with Dan Broderick, that he was physically abusive to her. This is something that you'll see that she never said anything about until after she was accused of his murder. You may have to decide the credibility of that claim and the relevance. You may have to consider the motives that she might have for saying something like that.
Strange that you know what it is, or it's a strange ball. I want a profession where they have balls. I've never been to a ball. Is it like a prom for adults? What is exactly a ball? It's just a fancy dance, right? I want to go to one.
After she's been charged with murder, and after she's killed the only person who could rebut it. The evidence will show that, as I mentioned earlier, she freely talked loud and clear to everyone and anyone about what a jerk she thought Dan Broderick was. She never mentioned that he was physically abusive. Even though she wrote a book about all of the truly personal details, even though she was represented by several attorneys during their divorce, where something like that would obviously be important, she never mentioned that he physically abused her. In fact, she said the exact opposite, to the extent of how wonderful their marriage had been until Linda came along. And she used to laugh about how he was afraid of her, that she was bigger, stronger than he was. You will also hear that no one ever saw Derek physically abuse her.
Why
He
are you
did have a
sorry,
temper.
Jen?
He wasn't perfect, any more than any of the rest of us are. And he could yell if he was angry, as could she. And when he got frustrated, he could take a hammer to a lawnmower. But that was it. He didn't direct his anger physically at other people. And there will be absolutely no evidence that for the entire almost 5-year period after they separated, that he ever did anything to her physically other than try and avoid her or try and protect himself. During those years, it was Elisabeth Broderick who set out on a course to destroy Dan and Linda Broderick, not the other way around. She said she was going to do it,
I don't believe
and
that.
she did it. During these years, the actual divorce proceedings were moving through the court system, but not very quickly. Elisabeth Broderick has always claimed that Dan Broderick intentionally dragged things out just to make it tough on her, that this was emotional abuse going through the court system, and that she could never win going up against the powerful Dan Broderick. As a matter of fact, you'll see that she did win several times when they ended up taking something before a judge. No one was rubber stamping Dan Broderick's requests. In fact, they were probably bending over backwards not to. You will see that Elisabeth Broderick is a person who sees things as either black or white. You're either for her or you're against her. And if you're against her in any way, then you're the enemy. Like a friend who might try to describe something from Dan's perspective. She was no longer a friend. Or like a daughter who might say something nice about her father, or worse, Linda. If that happened, her mother would have a fit. She'd yell at her, she'd hit her, she'd call her a traitor, tell her she hated her. None of these children were ever allowed to express anything positive about their father, and heaven forbid, about Linda. And by the time they got involved in the actual litigation, it didn't matter what Dan Broderick did. It was going to be viewed and portrayed by her as being intentionally rotten. He was unquestionably the bad guy. He was damned if he did and damned if he didn't on just about everything. And it wasn't long before the claim became that the entire San Diego legal system, including her own attorneys, were, for reasons never really explained, joined in this conspiracy against her. The evidence will show, one, that there was never any conspiracy against her. And two, that Dan Broderick had no motive to drag out a long divorce with obviously bitter ex-wife. He was the one who wanted out. He was the one who had a life he wanted to live. It was Elisabeth Broderick who wouldn't let go. And everyone who knew her, everyone, recognized that. He also, by the way, wasn't a divorce lawyer. He didn't have anything to do with divorce law. That's taken care of in an entirely different building. And he had to hire a lawyer just like everyone else does to represent him. And he had to pay the lawyer for every continued hearing and motion, just like everyone else. The primary issue between them was money. And that was from her perspective. Not the kids, but money. That was more important. Her attitude was that he owed her. She said that many times. And by that time, by 1987, by 1988, he was making a tremendous amount of money. He was still going to work every day and working very hard for his money, but he was very successful. And she felt that since she had lived through the lean years and he was the one that wanted a divorce, that he owed her, perhaps more than the law allows. In fact, she has even admitted that she exaggerated her expenses prior to the separation so that she could get more money out of them. Dan Broderick was obviously in the best position to recognize that. But from very early on, even though the superficial fight appeared to be about money, Dan Broderick and others recognized that the true underlying issue was that no matter how much money he gave her, or no matter how much money he was ordered to pay her, it wasn't going to be enough, because that wasn't what she really wanted. What she wanted was to be Mrs. Daniel T. Broderick. And that was something that he just couldn't give her anymore.
No, we can't call her Veruca.
One examples of that recognition, that her fight wasn't really over money, came very early on in the course of the divorce, and it basically set the stage for everything that was to follow. And that was when Dan Broderick wanted to sell their home on Coral Reef. And I have to back up a minute here to explain this to you, and I apologize ahead of time for the length of the explanation, but it's important to put these things in perspective.
You explained for 2 hours, woman. Well, an hour and a half.
For several years before Dan and Elisabeth Broderick had separated, they had lived in a house in La Jolla on a street called Coral Reef. They all lived there. It was a very nice home on a large lot, but for the last couple years of their marriage, they had both basically wanted to move someplace bigger. In the meantime, the on Coral Reef house had cracked, and it needed to be fixed, and it was a major thing. They had to move out in order to do that, and so they did. They all moved out into a rental house, which was in the La Jolla Shores area of La Jolla, which is one of the nicest areas of La Jolla. It's just a couple of blocks from the beach. When they separated, which was in February of '85, Dan moved back into the Coral Reef house. It was still under construction. There wasn't any furniture in there. It was basically a mess, but for lack of any place better to go, he moved into Coral Reef and was basically sleeping on the floor on the sleeping bed. That house was where Elisabeth Broderick, one by one, brought the kids and left them with him in the empty Coral Reef house. The lease on the rental was due to be up in June of '85. And so Dan had offered to move out of Coral Reef. The defendant could move in. He'd go find a condo somewhere. But she didn't want to do that. She had found a house that she wanted to buy in the La Jolla Shores area. And so Dan agreed to do that. They bought a house on the street called Calle de Cielo for the defendant to move in. And she did. She moved in, and this is the house that she continued to live in until the time of these murders. It also was a beautiful home. When she first moved in, it needed a lot of fixing up, but it was on a gorgeous lot overlooking the ocean with a view of the ocean. It had 4 bedrooms, 6.5 baths. It had a pool, had a jacuzzi, had a putting green. It cost $650,000 and later sold for over $1 million. In fact, this is the real estate ad for that house on Calle de Cielo. She moved into Calle de Cielo was the period of time that I talked about where she was going over to Coral Reef and vandalizing the house. By December, Dan had then decided to move to the house in Marsden Hills. It also was a very nice house, cost about $600,000. It too needed some fixing up. It was an older home. He and the children moved in there. So at that time, Dan was paying the mortgages for both the house in Marsden Hills and the house in Calle de Cielo, which were both fairly substantial. They were expensive homes. And he was also paying the mortgage on the Coral Reef house, which was now sitting empty. Nobody was there anymore. And so he wanted to sell it. It's what's called a wasting asset. It is the proceeds between the two of them, 50-50. It's a community asset. At that point, Elisabeth Broderick was being represented by an attorney named Dan Jaffe from Beverly Hills. He's a very well-known divorce attorney in Beverly Hills. He'd been recommended to her. Dan Broderick's attorney began negotiating with her attorney, Dan Jeffy, for the sale of the Coral Reef house and splitting the proceeds 50-50. Mr. Jaffe actually came down to San Diego to have a meeting in person. They set up a meeting with Dan Broderick, his attorney, Elisabeth Broderick, her attorney. When they got to the office that day, Elisabeth Broderick and her attorney, she decided she didn't want to come up and be part of the meeting. She wanted to stay down in the car. So Mr. Jaffe went upstairs to have the meeting with Dan Broderick and his attorney. Mr. Jaffe explained her basic position, and that was that she felt she was entitled to more than 50% of the split. She felt that when Dan had decorated the Coral Reef house after the slab had been fixed, that he had actually diminished the value of the house, and so she was entitled to a credit for that. Dan Broderick agreed. He didn't agree that his choice of wallpaper had actually diminished the value of the house, but he agreed to give her the extra amount that she wanted over the 50%. They put together a written agreement. Mr. Jaffe, her attorney, was pleased. He took it downstairs to have her sign it, and she refused. She wanted more than what they had agreed to. So Mr. Jaffe went back upstairs, told Dan Broderick she wants more than what we've agreed to, and again, Dan Broderick agreed. Mr. Jaffe, who was essentially Dan Broderick's adversary at that point, describes Dan as being entirely reasonable, that he had told him, look, it's not worth the fight, just give her what she wants. And Dan Broderick said, okay. They put together another agreement. She went back downstairs to her in the car, and again, she refused to sign it. He explained to her that, look, this is a good deal. He's allowed to sell it. If he goes to court, a court's going to allow him to sell it, and he's only going to give you 50%. That's really what you're entitled to. This is a good deal. She took him to the airport, sent him back up to Beverly Hills, and she refused to sign the agreement. When it was clear that she wasn't going to cooperate in the sale of the house, Dan Broderick's attorney did have to go to court and get an order to sell the house. This happened in February of 1986. It had been a year since they'd separated, and it was clear that trying to give her what she claimed she wanted, trying to work things out amicably with her or with her attorney, didn't work. It didn't work at all. Her ultimate comment about Coral Reef was, I wouldn't agree to sell it if you sold it for $1 million. It wasn't the money, it was the fight. The next day, when Elisabeth Broderick found out that he'd gotten an order to sell the house, she was furious. She couldn't have been tremendously surprised because Mr. Jaffe had told her that that was what was going to happen if she didn't sign. But she was mad that it did. And she charged over to Dan Broderick's house, determined to have a confrontation, demanding to talk to him. He refused. He was pretty frustrated at that point, and he knew real well by that time that yelling and screaming at each other wasn't going to do any good. He basically told her, our attorneys are going to have to deal with it. I want you to leave. Well, she left, but she wasn't done. The first thing she did was to drive over to the Coral Reef house, all the way from Marsden Hills to La Jolla to the Coral Reef house. She smashed a sliding glass door with a brick to get into the house. She got a can of gasoline. She poured the gasoline on the carpet, and she tried to light it on fire. Fortunately, it wouldn't ignite. It was good carpet. But she was still furious. She hadn't vented enough. And so she drove all the way back over to Dan's house, from La Jolla back to Marsden Hills. And in her own words, she purposefully smashed her Suburban truck right into the front door of his house, drove up over the driveway, up over the steps, smashed it into the front door of the house, backed up and smashed again, literally knocking the door off its hinges, terrifying everyone, including the children that were inside the house. This is a photograph of the damage to the door that she did when she smashed into it with her Suburban van. Doing this smashing her car into the front door, trying to light coral reef on fire, was not only, again, pretty extreme, it was dangerous. One of her children could have been coming out that front door right when she decided to go smashing into it. The neighbors had called the police, and she was arrested. She has always claimed that that day Dan had her committed to a mental institute, but that's not what happened. Although he was concerned about her emotional state, he did express that concern to the police officer. The police officer decided to take her to county mental health, and the admitting physician there decided to admit her for what's called a 72-hour hold, a 3-day hold.
No way.
Actually, after 2 days, she was allowed to leave, but she refused to sign the release papers. And so she stayed for another day. Even though she had been arrested for vandalism, Dan Broderick did not press charges. And even after this, he still did give her what she wanted as far as splitting the proceeds of Coral Reef. The very next month after the house sold, she received $127,000 in cash, and he took $47,000 as the split at that time. It was shortly after this incident, and partly in response to it, that the court ordered, on the recommendation of the psychologist who was dealing with the Broderick kids and concerned about them, that Elisabeth Broderick have no visitation with the children until she underwent some psychological counseling. It was that court order that she often later told people about, describing it as though Dan had simply waltzed into court and with the snap of his fingers gotten an order for full custody and no visitation to her. The judge did issue that order, but her story never included what her actions were that led up to that, and it never included the fact that she had received notice of that hearing and had the opportunity to be there, and she simply refused to go. And it never included the fact that after that order was made, which was by its terms temporary, that she continued to refuse to take the children, even when people were actively trying to get her to, for their sake. By this time, these children were unquestionably suffering. But her hate and her greed and her need to get even were still more important. In 1987, a whole year later, while the defendant was now being represented by her fourth attorney, she had hired and fired the previous three. She ended up firing this fourth one as well. They tried to mediate the case so that it didn't have to go to court. There had already been 2 court-ordered conciliation meetings that they were ordered to go to. Dan had appeared at both. Elisabeth Broderick had refused to show up at either. But in March of 1987, her attorney and his attorney agreed to have them meet with a professional mediator, a woman named Dr. Ruth Roth, who was known for her skills at mediating these kinds of things. She has worked with literally thousands of couples going through divorces. Dr. Roth met with Dan Broderick, and she met with Elisabeth Broderick on several occasions. She specifically wanted to work it out so that if the defendant wanted, she would have custody of her kids and Dan would have visitation. Unfortunately, Dr. Roth realized at the very first meeting that Elisabeth Broderick had no intention of taking custody and no one was going to talk her into it. Dr. Roth describes her meetings with Elisabeth Broderick as one of a kind. She didn't even want to talk about the children. All she wanted to do was talk about how much she hated Dan and Linda. One of her specific statements was, "That little fucker was mine, and he'll stay mine." This was March of 1987. It had been over 2 years since they'd been separated, and they were long divorced. When Dr. Roth tried to talk to her about the children, get her focused back on that issue, Elisabeth Broderick would say there was no way she was going to be the single mother of 4 children, that Dan Broderick would die first. I mentioned the thousands of cases that Dr. Roth had dealt with in her career. She'd obviously heard a lot of anger and a lot of venting. That's not particularly unusual. But only on a very few occasions had she ever felt the need to take someone's statements seriously enough to warn the other person about them. And this was one of them. She called up Dan Broderick to warn him about the threats that Elisabeth Broderick was making and the need to perhaps take them seriously. And incidentally, he did take them seriously. By this time, he had been telling his children for quite some time that he was going to, she had been telling her children for quite some time that she was going to kill their father. There were 5, maybe 6 different times over the years where he went so far as to hire security guards to come to his house to protect him because he was afraid of what she was getting ready to do. After 3 sessions with Dr. Roth, Elisabeth Broderick refused to come back. And she told Dr. Roth the reason. She said, "You're too good. You make me forget how much I hate Dan and Linda, so I'm not coming back." She didn't want to put the hate behind it. She wanted to keep it alive. She had the ability, she had the means, had the professional help to do it, but she chose not to. And so there was no mediated agreement. There was no settlement. And she continued to tell her friends and family that Dan was doing a horrible job of raising the kids, and the only reason he had them was because he had used his legal influence to steal them away. She continued to tell her children that it was entirely their father's fault that they couldn't live with her. Even though Dan Broderick had an order for full custody with no visitation, and even though the children's psychologist at that point was recommending that she actually have no contact with them, he could never stick to that. The boys in particular wanted very much to spend time with their mother, and they'd beg him to let them go, and so he'd let them. Every time hoping that things would get better, hoping that her anger would run its course, that she'd stop poisoning them against him. But it never did. She never stopped telling them that their dad didn't love them, and that he and Linda were the sole cause of all of their unhappiness and all of her unhappiness. She kept this photograph right out on a bookshelf in her house. It's a photograph of Dan, and it says, "The most hated man in America, caught with his pants down." She had this out on a bookshelf in her house for her kids to see whenever they came over, for their friends to see whenever they came over.
Did you guys see it? I can't see it.
This was another photograph that she kept out of the family.
Oh my God.
She sent a whole group of pictures to her little son Rhett, who was 8 years old at the time, of the family and of Dan, where she'd made a point of crossing out all the pictures of Dan and writing things on the back, such as "wimpy faggot, excuse of a man." She sent these to her 8-year-old son. Kim, her oldest daughter, tried to explain to a judge at one point about how her mother was brainwashing these children. She ended up telling them things like they didn't have to mind Linda, or that it was okay for them to also call her a cunt. She thought that was funny. Or to take scissors and cut up her clothes, or to gag on her food and spit it out, or to pour boiling hot water on her. Linda wanted very much to have a relationship with these kids, but she never had a chance. And all of the defendant's accusations against her were pretty overwhelming. Both Dan and Linda ended up getting unquestionably frustrated and afraid. Not necessarily making all the right decisions or doing all the right things, but they were first-hand witnesses of how the extreme hate that Elisabeth Broderick had for them was so emotionally devastating these kids. On one occasion, for example, the defendant called up her son, Rhett. Again, he was 8 years old. A babysitter happened to overhear the conversation. It was on the phone. She was calling from her house. Rhett was at his house. And the first words out of her mouth to Rhett were, "Is the cunt there?" And when Rhett said, "I don't know, Mom," she said, "Well, you've got to get the cunt out of the house or I'm not going to talk to you." And when Rhett cried and got upset and said, "Mom, I can't do that," she continued with, "Well, if you don't get her out of the house, you can't come visit me either." After that conversation, Rhett was so upset that he locked himself in the bathroom. He took a pair of scissors, he took his hair, and he started cutting chunks of hair off of his head. The babysitter found him locked in the bathroom like that.
Oh my God.
Elisabeth Broderick has made much of the fact that Dan would even sometimes unplug the phone so that she couldn't talk to the children. And that's true. He did occasionally do that. This was one of those occasions. When he came home and he found out what she had said to his little boy, and when he saw the anguish that his little boy was going through, he did unplug the phone so she couldn't talk to him for a while. He didn't know what else to do. Not only did she constantly express her hate to these kids, she also never stopped demanding every detail of Dan and Linda's lives. She would say that she could care less about them. She didn't care about them at all. And she would say it very convincingly. But every time she saw her kids or anyone else who had any information, she would want to know everything there was to know about what they were doing, where they were going, who they were going with, what they were wearing, what they were eating. She was obsessed with their lives and with not letting them live it. As I mentioned, during these years of 86, 87, 88, 89, Elisabeth Broderick continued to live in her house on Calle de Cielo in La Jolla. One of her most common complaints that she made very vocally was that when Dan left her, that he had left her homeless and penniless. Those were her words. Even though the house that she moved into needed some fixing up when she first moved in, she obviously was not left homeless. And she was able, over those years, to put $200,000 into that house, including putting in a separate pool house, completely remodeling the kitchen, decorating the entire house. She certainly wasn't left penniless. Even though it wasn't as much as she felt she deserved, the court had ordered that Dan pay her $16,100 a month in support, which is almost $200,000 a year. She owned a suburban van. She had an XKE Jaguar. She was able to continue and did continue to buy fur coats and diamond jewelry, $10,000 watches. She took shopping trips to New York every year.
Yeah, you can't do that on $9,000 a month. Yeah, you can't do that anymore, Betty.
She went to Tahiti. She went to Hawaii. She went skiing at Deer Valley, which is an exclusive ski resort in Utah. Her friends describe her as certainly appearing to have enough money to spend on anything she wanted, and she spent a lot. She had started dating Brad Wright, the man that I mentioned at the very beginning, back in 1985, the year of their separation. And she continued to have a full relationship with him. They slept together, they showered together, all the way up until the time of this incident. In fact, she's written love letters to him from jail, where she has described the incredibly wonderful times they spent together. Those are her words. She took several trips with him to San Francisco, to New Orleans, to Acapulco. She and Brad Wright had been in Acapulco the weekend before these murders. But you'll see that she would never admit the true nature of her relationship with Brad Wright to other people. In fact, she actually talked about him in very demeaning ways, although he didn't know it. She has said, for example, that having him around was like having a dog, only he was house-trained. She wouldn't tell a lot of her friends either how much money she was actually getting, because the truth didn't generate as much sympathy as she wanted. During this time, she was also active in a small investment club. In fact, she was the president of it for several years, a group of women who got together to discuss investments. She was known as being very bright and very knowledgeable in the stock market. In fact, some people have described her as the most intelligent woman they've ever met. She had a real estate license that she'd received in 1984. She also had an interior decorator's license. She had a college degree. She'd been a teacher. She had the ability to be very charming when she wanted. She was always the center of attention in any group. She had the ability to be wonderful with children if she wanted. She had the ability, in fact, to do anything she set her mind to. But the evidence will show that despite all of these tremendous advantages, many of which most people don't even come close to having, none of it was enough. And it wasn't enough for the very simple reason that, in her view, Dan Broderick had more. As each year passed, in her view, he continued to have more. He continued to have his friends. He continued to be well thought of. He continued to be financially successful. And Linda was the one who was sharing it with him. And that burned in her like nothing else. She was tremendously upset and angry and depressed about it. Hate generally doesn't breed a whole lot of happiness. It's a pretty ugly emotion. She started to gain weight. That made her more depressed. And all of this was Dan and Linda's fault. And that just generated more hate. Hate upon hate upon hate. And so she decided that rather than build something out of her life, she was going to destroy someone else's. But in January of 1989, 11 months before the murders, something fairly significant happened. The divorce proceedings finally came to an end. The defendant had claimed that one of the major sources of her upset was the uncertainty of not having things settled, and that's understandable. There had been a lot of motions and things going back and forth between both sides. Not settled. They had a trial in front of a judge. Many people who were close to the defendant thought or hoped that finally having it settled would be a real step towards putting it behind and moving on with their life. But things are only over if you want them to be over. Sometimes the problem is if the fight's over, then everything is over. She refused to let the fight be over. She was furious at the divorce result. She had it set in her mind exactly what she thought she was going to get, and she didn't get it. Dan Broderick didn't get exactly what he thought he was going to get either. That's how sometimes go. But Elisabeth Broderick claimed that she had been cheated, and she would accept no alternate possibility for her life, no matter who tried to present it to her. By the time of the trial in 1989, she had decided at that point to argue for custody of the kids. But after listening to the testimony of two different psychiatrists, the judge had decided that he felt it was still in the boys' best interest to leave them in the custody of Dan. But he did give the defendant set standard visitation of every other weekend, alternating holidays, a whole month in July, alternating ski weeks. And he also awarded Lee, one of her daughters, to the defendant. Kim at that point was in college and she wasn't an issue. Was 16 at that time, and a fairly troubled young girl at that particular time, going back and forth between both parents, not getting along with either one of them very well. She'd gotten involved in drugs. She'd been kicked out of school. Her father felt very strongly about drugs and about going to school, and they definitely were not getting along. On that very day, the day that the defendant was awarded custody of Lee, she was so angry at the piddly amount of child support that she got, that was her word, which was $1,500 a month in addition to the $16,000 in alimony, that she kicked Lee out of the house. She told her for that amount of money, it wasn't worth taking care of her. Elisabeth Broderick did two other things after the divorce trial. We're now in February and March of 1989. She hired an attorney to appeal the divorce, which she certainly had every right to do. But it was her decision to keep that litigation going. And she started talking seriously about killing Dan and Linda. Her desire to kill them, as I mentioned, was something that she had expressed often before, but no one really took those threats all that seriously, except perhaps Dr. Roth and maybe Linda. But in March of 1989, Elisabeth Broderick bought a gun, the .38 caliber Smith & Wesson that she used to kill Dan and Linda with. This was about a month before Dan and Linda were to be married in April. She knew that they were getting married. In fact, one day when she went into their house, again in violation of a restraining order, she saw their wedding list, the list of people that were to come to the wedding, and she stole it, creating a fair amount of upset. Linda even went over to her house when she knew she wouldn't be there to try and retrieve it, but she couldn't find it. Elisabeth Broderick thought that was funny. What's everybody so upset about? She never did return it. She told people, like a woman named Sylvia Cavins, who was another of Dan's housekeepers, that she was going to kill Dan Broderick at the wedding. She was going to shoot him in the head. And when Sylvia said to her something like, "How could you do that? You'd leave your kids orphans," her response was, "No, I won't, because no jury in the world will convict me when they hear what Dan Broderick did to me." She started practicing her shooting at a shooting range. She bragged about what a good shot she was, and she was a good shot. She is a good shot. She unquestionably knows how to handle a gun. And her threats were now definitely taken seriously. Dan and Linda Broderick had to hire security guards for their wedding. Not an optimum way to have a wedding. A security guard actually followed the defendant's every move that day because they were so concerned. She obviously didn't do anything on the day of the wedding, perhaps because of the security. She spent the day with a friend, a good friend, a woman named Helen Picard, who wanted to try and make the day easier for her. Actually, I tried to get her to go out of town, and she wouldn't. But after the wedding, which didn't occur until over 4 years after her separation, it had been over 4 years before Dan Broderick remarried. The hate that she felt for them, and particularly for Linda, reached its peak.
Opening statement is supposed to be what they are going to show the jury. So it's kind of like, this is what you're going to see. It's like a preview of the evidence that they're going to see. So if she's going to put a witness on the stand that's going to testify about this stuff, I don't know if she has to mention it in opening statements, but I think they are supposed to or encouraged. I'm not sure. But I think if it's someone they're going to put on the stand, I think they're supposed to tell the jury this is what you're going to see. But I don't know for sure if they have to go through every single witness they're going to put on the stand or not. I imagine if it was a timed opening statement that they wouldn't. But apparently this one is not timed because it's 2 hours long. I was doing really good at taking notes, and I'm not zoned out. I'm trying to grocery shop, but at first I was writing every little thing down, but this woman did so many things. The list is getting, like, I'm on page 4 now of notes.
Because now Linda was no longer that young, dumb bimbo that Dan was messing around with, which is how she always described her. Now Linda was Mrs. Daniel T. Broderick. And as far as she was concerned, that was her right, and only her right.
Yeah, I think she's made her point, but
Dan and Linda went on their honeymoon over the summer and into the fall, leading up to November the 5th. The defendant was fairly involved in quite a few things. And by the way, we talked a little bit about this before. Several questions were asked of you about your feelings about psychologists. This is not an insanity case. You will hear no evidence that the defendant was insane or didn't know right from wrong before, during, or after these killings, because she wasn't. She went on a trip to Canada with her boys in July. She actually spent almost the entire summer with her boys. She hadn't had to go to court for months. The only things happening in court were things that she was generating. Things were not getting cumulatively worse and worse. They were getting better, at least from most people's perspective. But perhaps that was part of the problem. It was also at this point that she started taking her gun out and putting it in her pocket whenever she knew Dan Broderick was coming over to pick up the boys at the end of a visitation. And her children knew that she was doing that. They saw her do that. He never gave her a chance or an opportunity or an excuse to use it. He tried very hard to avoid any kind of confrontation. Whenever he would come over, he would just stay out in front of the house and honk for the boys so that there wouldn't be a confrontation. In September of 1989, the murders were in November, the defendant had had her attorney file a motion in court for custody of the boys. Not just visitation, but custody. There was basically only this one battle left to fight. When Dan Broderick received that motion, he didn't just slough it off because, as she would say, he had complete control over the legal system anyway. He took it very seriously. The situation was becoming increasingly hard on these kids emotionally, seeing their mother with the gun, hearing her threaten to kill him, telling them to run away from their father. And so, despite some real certainty about whether it was the right thing to do, and despite some recommendations from friends and professionals, Dan Broderick began negotiating with her attorney to give her what she claimed she wanted, custody of the two boys, Danny and Rhett. Her attorney had started negotiating to transfer custody of the boys. She had started back up leaving messages on their answering machine where she made a point, a needless point, of calling Linda vulgar names again. It wasn't the first time that just when it looked like she was going to get what she claimed she wanted, that she would do something to sabotage it, to make Dan mad, because she knew if she pushed hard enough, ultimately his reaction was going to be to push back. But it wasn't working anymore. He didn't want to fight anymore. He didn't want to add fuel to the fire. He wasn't rising to her bait. In fact, his attorney had tried to get him to essentially play hardball with her several times over the summer by filing contempt act. He wouldn't do it. At the very least, he let his attorney write her attorney a letter basically asking him to get his client, Elisabeth Broderick, to stop doing this stuff. Why is she doing this when we're trying to work it out? But when Elisabeth Broderick was telling Linda David, the housekeeper that I mentioned at the very beginning, that she was going back to court to get custody of her boys, Miss David describes that she didn't even appear to care as though whether she was going to get them. Her focus instead was on how she was still determined to make Dan and Linda's lives miserable. The problem was she wasn't being successful in making their lives miserable anymore. There were a series of things that they did together during those last weeks and months that fueled not only her jealousy, but her realization that she was losing in this quest to make them miserable. They took several trips together, which was actually one reason why she didn't have the opportunity to kill them earlier. One in particular, only weeks before the murders, was a trip to South Bend for the USC Notre Dame game. This was an annual thing that had become kind of a tradition in the Broderick family. All the Broderick family were Notre Dame fans. That year, Dan had flown Kim and Danny and Red out. Elisabeth Broderick was openly bitter and angry about that. This was still something that she felt she ought to be involved in as Mrs. Broderick, not Linda.
Ms. Wells, you're going to be more than another 10 minutes.
No, I'm almost done.
All right, go ahead.
The evidence will show that what was happening in those days, just before November the 5th, was that Elisabeth Broderick got to the point where a couple things became very clear. One was that with all of the things she did have, her income, her home, her boyfriend, her abilities, and now it looked like the children, she wasn't going to be able to continue to claim how horribly victimized she was by Dan and Linda anymore. Those kinds of claims had been falling on deaf ears for quite some time. And two, it was clear that no matter what she did, she wasn't going to be able to make Dan and Linda's lives miserable anymore. They were going on with their lives, no matter what. She had already burned his clothes, she'd vandalized his house, she'd driven her car through the door, she'd publicly embarrassed them both, she'd left vulgar messages on the machine, she'd turned his children against him. There wasn't much left to do. And the simple truth is, and the evidence will show, that Dan and Linda were living happily, and she hated them for it, because she was still miserable. And there was no way she was going to let them get away with it. And so, on the morning of November 5th, she took advantage of the opportunity that was there, and she decided to do what she'd been saying she was going to do for years. She went over to their house, she took her loaded gun, and she got even in the only way that was left. After she shot them, after she pulled the phone out of the wall and left them there for dead, she called several people to tell them what she had done, as I mentioned. One of them was her daughter, Lee. She also told her daughter that morning that she'd been planning on killing herself too, but that she ran out of bullets. The evidence will show that she never even came close to actually making any attempt on her own life. In fact, there was a whole box of bullets back at her house that she could have gone and gotten if she wanted. She didn't. In her own words, after she killed Dan and Linda, the situation was resolved. She even laughed about killing Linda in a later conversation from jail with Helen Picard. In a conversation with her daughter Kim from jail, only a couple of days later, she still did not express any remorse for what she'd done. The main thing she wanted was to make sure that Kim was going to be on her side. And when Kim, who was obviously grieving over the horrible death and loss of her father and Linda, when she didn't know how to answer that, her mother yelled at her, called her a traitor, told her she hated her, left her in tears. This is a woman who has and continues to profess that all she cares about is her children. In fact, you will see that all she really cares about is herself. This case is about the killing of two people into their home and shooting them before they can do anything to protect themselves, shooting them before they could even plead for their lives. You are undoubtedly going to hear all sorts of things, good, bad, and indifferent, about everybody involved here that may be interesting, maybe not. But don't lose sight of why you're here. You're here because of what Elisabeth Broderick did on November the 5th, 1989. The evidence will show, and the bottom line is, killed people because she hated them. And that is murder. Thank you.
It's about time. Now we get defense opening statement. Yeah, I don't like long openings or closings because you get bored. I got bored. I can do recaps. All right, Court TV, load. Oh, this one's only an hour and a half. Okay. Hang on, guys.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, if I asked nicely, StreamYard. I said, now if StreamYard will be so nice to kindly share my screen, and it crashed on me before I even got the whole sentence out. I was being polite. I asked nicely. Stupid StreamYard. Am I missing hilarity in the chat? What's going on in the chat?
Good afternoon, Mr. Ehrlich.
Good afternoon. There's going to be a lot of things in this trial that you're going to see that are probably not fought, or at least are conceded. There's a lot of things the district attorney said that not only will not be conceded, but will probably scream out the truth to you. You will realize, and you'll see, and facts will show, that it's a housewife that's on trial. Is still here, and it still has control. When you see the attention that's paid, the care and the detail, and the cameras and the people, it's not because a housewife is on trial. It's because who she stood up to, who she had to deal with. and how she dealt with that. And you will see that throughout the whole trial. Now, the district attorney said that we are not dealing with an insanity trial. You are not deciding whether someone knew the difference between right and wrong. And it's true that that plea has not been entered. But that's not a fact of the case. That's not a fact to say that whether she's crazy, because in fact, when you listen to what the district attorney tells you, when you listen to what the tapes are, when you listen to her practice, so he could start on his own. And you will see that it's sometime in 1984, and to help bring in money so Dan Broderick could have a private practice, so he could start on his own. And you will see that it's sometime in 1983, in 1984, in 1985, that there was a change. And you will hear from the evidence and from the people how the change took place and how Dan methodically and from the very beginning and with malice aforethought gaslighted. And you will come to understand gaslighting from an old Charles Boyer movie. That when you want someone to appear different, in that movie, obviously what he did is he wanted to destroy his wife upon showing that she was crazy. Set upon showing that there was a circumstance that justified his. That's exactly what happened here. Continued to happen, And Broderick did not respond like a man does to his wife, to honor, to obey, to protect. He decided that it was controlled, that what a marriage is about. And we're going to have a split. It was going to be on his terms. She had no right to be angry. She had no right to be mad. He could do anything he wanted to. But his reputation was so important to him, so important, that he was going to make sure that she would be destroyed before he left somebody. Elisabeth Broderick in October, November of 1989, found herself somewhat on a bridge. What do I mean by a bridge? What you will hear from the evidence in this case is that she was hit by an avalanche. And the avalanche was one of litigation. And the easy thing that people will say is, Betty, why don't you get on with your life? Why don't you go to work? Well, she didn't have her children. She didn't have her assets. She didn't have a life. And you'll see that through the evidence, when she got jobs, she got served at work. When she had jobs, there was answering machines where she would find out that she was getting a 4-hour notice for a hearing. She would be
Can you guys hear me? Hey, can you guys hear me? Okay, good.
tape her response because she had to go to work at a $75 a day job. She didn't have a job that gave corporate income of well into the millions and personal income without those benefits of well into $1 million. He didn't care about that. All he cared about was to make sure that she was off balance. You'll see, and I'm just going to give you at least one example when there was tapes of the litigation going on. Edit of your children, get up the actions. Those are the paperwork that 1987, 1986, and 1987. Does it look final? She was free? No, she wasn't free. Dan Broderick was. He had his divorce, and he had everything. He had the checkbooks, he had the money, he had the property, he had the assets, he him to go to court. He was there every day. It was his battleground. And what his words were to her as you go through, not to say, okay, let's give up. I'll give you as much as I can, but we're in my arena. We're going to fight. You're going to be in here with Muhammad Ali. You're going to be in here, the hardest way that we can. Someone who feels sorry for the wife, someone that do that. District attorney will tell you that Mr. Broderick wasn't here, that when court file that come up to here. That's just a court file that come up to here. That's not counting all the other paperwork that never got into a court file. That's not counting all the other stuff that went on. He was writing letters. He was responding. He was doing depositions. He was preparing interrogatories. He was doing the work on the case. He was sending letters where he would send a letter to her and copy his own lawyer. How many in a litigation like this would say, I'm going to do the litigation, I'll write the letters, I'll be the one who makes the decision in this divorce? Taking herself with the avalanche. And what happened with that avalanche is sometime in 1989, it came to be apparent that no matter what happened,
I'm getting aggravated now.
and what happened with that
Come on, StreamYard, you can do it.
avalanche is sometime in 1989, it came to be apparent that no matter what happened,
Look, there's a jack-o'-lantern on the desk. But there's a jack-o'-lantern on the desk. Come on. Court TV.
consider fairness at that point in time. That's true. That's how she felt. So in 1989, she tries to dig up here. Yes. Someone is very easy to see. And when someone steps on a landmine, they no longer have a leg. But what you will see that this person
For crying out loud.
mentally and ultimately physically, during that period of time, was in a severe state of depression. And the depression was, and the anger was, as much at herself as anyone else. She couldn't get past the avalanche. And when you think of was in a severe state of depression. And the depression was, and the anger was as much at herself as anyone else. Because she couldn't dig out of the pit. She couldn't get past the avalanche. And when you think of an avalanche coming at you, you realize how frustrating it is as you try to move up and the rocks keep bringing you down. And that's where she found herself. But she tried to deal with it. So in 1989, she decided to children back. She was seeing a doctor in 1989. 1989.
I'm about to fire my bank. Over $600 in my account. I cannot.
And you'll hear for 1 minute, Betty Broderick did
I cannot buy groceries. It keeps telling me that my card is declined.
believe that she could go in and ask that Dan Broderick be terminated without a doctor and say he's crazy. And any court would say, if you say it, Betty, then that's the way it shall be. So ordered. But that's what happened in this case. Dan Broderick came in with his own affidavit without one doctor, and it was so ordered. She shall not call. She shall not talk to. She shall not see her children. And that's how it started off. So she found herself there. She was seeing doctors, and she was having visits, and she was going to group therapy, and she had done something that she's always done, tried to do, and you may see it as a fault, as a character flaw. But she's always looked at the children. When you move them, should be by a school year. Whether they're with their father or with their mother, you should disrupt their life as little as possible. Now, there's times, and you'll see crazy times by her, where yes, there's disruption going on by both of them. But that's one of the things she wanted to. Now, she didn't trust what was going on. And she didn't trust what Dan Broderick would say. Because for him, delay was everything. You have to understand, until 1989, she had no property rights. 4 years went by. Now, Dan Broderick had all their money, all their property, all their accounts. He could do with them what they will, what he will. But he had them. Now, in 1989, she wants to have her children back. And during the period of time of 1989, when she's asking him, and Dan is saying, well, let's do this, let's have a hearing here, and now it goes from July to August to September, and the kids are now in school again. Elisabeth Broderick knows what's going on is what went on before. Dan Broderick has the children, and she doesn't. And that they're being delayed again. And she has a new lawyer, and she's saying, it is in his interest to delay. I don't want to have the hearing, let's have the ruling. But it's delayed. The hearings are delayed, so September becomes into October. But she's trying to crawl out of that pit. And she's in a very severe depression. You'll hear about depression. You hear that it's a lot of self-hate. It's a lot of pent-up emotion. And you'll hear that it can explode. It can explode when things happen. And so in 1989, in October, beginning of November, she does get some letters. And those letters takes that shallow bridge that she was trying to do and completely shatters it, completely destroys it. Now, to understand where she is and where she comes from, you have to understand who was Betty Broderick. You have to understand the evidence that you will see in this case as to the marriage and why she felt strongly about where she was. They met in the late 1960s, Elisabeth Broderick and Daniel Broderick. Elisabeth Broderick, during that period of time, was a very young, vivacious, very pretty girl. Had lots of energy, worked her way, and was working while she was in school, belonged to a model club, would work for department stores, would make extra money and be able to get clothes by modeling at night. Was a very good student. And so during that period of time, she went back to Notre Dame with friends, because that's where her family went, that's where friends had gone. It was a place that they went. And they went for a football game. And when she went there, she met Daniel T. Broderick. And when she met with Dan Broderick, he was a funny guy. They had a good time. He was kind of a fraternity guy. He liked to party. In fact, when they sat down, he wrote his initials. Dan Broderick.
Stop it, StreamYard. Stop it.
A medical doctor. They talked. He explained how he was going to be going to medical school in New York when he learned that she came from New York. And so during that period of time, she left. They started to converse through the mails, every so often through the phone. And what happened is a love affair. A love affair developed between the two of them that was there. He came from Pittsburgh, large Irish family. She came from New York, large Italian family. They had some of the same values. Born in the 1940s, and back east where families have lived for a long time, where you believed that what you did is you worked very hard for what you got in life. And the family was a unit. And that you all worked together. And she came from a family that believed in very hard work. And while her brothers went to school, and when they were through with school, they worked very hard and were very successful. And it was the same for the women. They either had that choice of working very hard, and there was nothing wrong with being a very successful woman who complimented your husband, who was somebody able to help him get a family that you both agreed on. And that's what she wanted, and that's what she looked at, and that's who Dan Broderick appeared to be to her. She was somebody that could have her choice, at least at that point in time, of a lot of people that be successful. But it seemed to be that the values that she was talking about seemed to be the ones that verbally he was accepting at the time. So he came to medical school in New York. And yes, the family paid for medical school when he paid for the room and the board and the tuition, and they started days of medical school. Now, she was working full-time, and she was going to school too because she wanted to be a teacher. And there was talk of marriage, and she said, no, I want my degree first. It's something that was strongly ingrained in her family, is that you should have an education. Even if you want to be a housewife, you should have an education because you're both working towards goals. And that's what she wanted. She wanted to be able to have that goal. She wanted to be able to be a person, something that would have something to add to a marriage, to a family. And so she did not want to get married at that time. But she continued to work. And she bought her own car, their own transportation. She to go out. It wasn't because he was a money-making team. It was because they enjoyed each other. And they enjoyed each other immensely, and they had common goals and common beliefs. Well, finally, they decided to get married. She finally finished school. And she finished school early. She finished school early so that they could get on with their plans of marriage. And they went on a honeymoon. Now, after they went on the honeymoon, things changed. All of a sudden, she realized that the person she had talked to had some other things on his mind for marriage. And those things were certain things that just women don't do. From the day they were married, even though she was working in his mind, and even though the district tells you that she appears to whiz with money, turn sand into gold, and even though you will hear he is somebody who turns gold into sand, at least in a courtroom, when it comes to valuing things in Betty Broderick's mind, she is never again allowed to touch the money. Know where it's coming, know where it's going, know what's happening with it. From the very beginning, it's called control. And that's the way the marriage was going to be. It didn't matter whether it was going to be when they were going to do something, when he was going to go out, what she was going to do. That was the natural order of things. And you know, Elisabeth Broderick accepted it. Because they had a partnership. They had a marriage. And you give and take. And you say, well, of course, this isn't even. This isn't the way I'd like it. But we are working towards the same. We have the same ideals. And that's what she did. She accepted and became part of Dan Broderick, basically. And that's the way she linked it. But her identity became hooked up with his demand and her willingness. Well, he graduated from medical school. It just so happened that she got pregnant on her honeymoon. She knew it because she had the baby almost 9 months later.
Sure she did.
But she became pregnant right away. Now, this is a woman who you hear thought of nothing but money. Married someone for a money-making machine. Only her interest.
Jill, congratulations. That's amazing. Yay. In October, it'll be my 18th. Do you really think that she got pregnant on the honeymoon? I never believe that when somebody says it. Granted, it might be true in some cases, but I never believe it. I don't care. I just don't ever believe it.
Came first. It seemed to be he was a doctor. And it seemed to be that if you wanted to make money and you wanted to be rich, and that's your only concern, and things, the sky is the limit. But Dan Broderick wanted more. He wanted to become a lawyer. Now you have to realize that here's a woman, a baby. And when she had the baby in January of that year, she never told anybody that she was pregnant. She worked up until the last day of her pregnancy. And she started working immediately after the baby was born. Didn't miss a beat. And that's because the family needed the money. And they needed the money, and they needed to give Dan Broderick the benefit of working. And that was for money, not because she tied on to somebody But because that's what the request is, that's what was going to make him happy, and that was something that she was willing to do. That summer, with a baby, she went to Pittsburgh. She worked, she went door to door selling Avon, because now they were going to law school. And when they went to law school, it was decided that he was put through medical school, and it was her understanding that money with that many kids was not available for law school. But together they talked about it and decided that this was a sacrifice that she was willing to make. And so when they moved to Boston, they moved to an area that wasn't the best part of Boston. They lived in a basement apartment. And the water would be out in the apartment that they were living in. During the day, doing child working mothers in the neighborhood earn money so that they could live. And at night, she was working in department stores and going selling things door to door again. This is because this is as well as a doctor. He wanted to make a lot of money. You will hear those words echoed again by Dan Broderick. But that's something that she said, she didn't begrudge him for that. She realized that going to law school was hard work, and that there was a need to have somebody at home who was willing to have a child at home and who was willing to daycare during the day and go out at night and work. And it's because the children were young. And that he would sleep when he did his homework, and she didn't begrudge him. And he was someone who liked to eat well, and she didn't care because she knew that it was something working for the family. So if he wanted steak and potatoes, that was fine. If they had to go and sometimes go to food handouts, that was okay. And during that period of time, Dan Broderick liked to dress well. He liked to spend money on that. Took flying lessons during the time that they were in school, but those were things that were important to him. He saw his career in front of him. Why? Because of the lack of money, and because his need to be portrayed in a light.
But does that really count, Judy? Because everybody did that in the late 80s. Well, no, this wasn't I can't talk. That wasn't late 80s. That was, when did they get married? Still, everybody did that back then. I didn't write down when they got married. Still, everybody did that back then. It was a party, so you could leave the house and go hang out with your friends and eat snacks and get free prizes. And does that really count as a money-making venture? Has anybody ever made a substantial amount of money from an MLM? Ever? Really, Jill? I have never. Well, mostly because any money I made went right back into buying stuff for myself. But I know one person because she was my whatever they call them, my upstream person, whatever they're called. And she was a nurse, and she got to quit working one day a week. So it was like one last day a week she had to work at the hospital to sell Princess House. And I signed up underneath her, and I sold Princess House. But because it's like when you buy into an MLM thing, then you have a party so you can get the free stuff, but you're going to invite all the same friends that was just at the party with you. And then if somebody from that party books a party off of your party to help you get free stuff, then they're going to invite all the same people. maybe, a few other different people, but the area gets saturated. Like a couple of times that's gone through the church I went to. And after 3 or 4 parties, the whole congregation saturated and nobody wants to have any more parties. So it doesn't really work for long-term business goals. At least in my experience. But good for your mom, Jill.
Of his image of a successful person, someone who's gone through medical school and now has gone through law school. Well, a second child was born. You will hear that during the period of time that she had at least 9 pregnancies. They weren't easy. She had problems. She had she thought that was told that having children was dangerous to her health. Even working at times where they were trying to keep his practice going and was working at as a hostess.
So her life was in danger because she had varicose veins? Are you serious? Get the woman some support hose.
Where it could be endangering to her life to go ahead and do that. That was the history of these people. The history that they had. And it was a hard history. Again, it was something that she accepted. Dan Broderick wasn't there for any of the times with any of the babies. It was something that she accepted. And said, we are working towards something. It's something that Dan had always told her. So all through law school, she continued.
Because, 19, that was the year I was born. But yeah, drag queens can pretty much make bank off of anything. They're good at it. They have the charisma to sell anything. Like, if they could bottle that and sell it, that charisma that they have, like, where does that come from? They're just like, I don't even know how to describe it. Of course. Yeah. Of course they made bank off of that.
Daycare during the day, working at night. Whatever odd jobs she could get. And sometimes not in the best neighborhoods of Boston, because they were working towards a common goal. Dan Broderick never tried to divorce her, never tried to leave her, never said what yours is yours and what's mine is mine during
that's what
those periods of time. Never told her during those periods.
No, that's what mine is mine and what's yours is mine in my house.
Times that these goals are separate goals, that when I get to the point where I'm happy, you're out of here. You're old news. Never told her that during those periods of time. But they continued on. Between his second and third year of law school, they came out to California, so that he could do a summer internship in Los Angeles with a firm. And while they were here, they heard about San Diego. What a nice place it was. So one day they came down to San Diego. They visited San Diego. They liked San Diego. They looked up the name of a number of firms in San Diego, went back to Harvard Law School, where Dan was going to school, and to Boston, where Betty was working day and night while he was going to law school. And you will hear that, yes, they were getting student loans. Harvard is not cheap. Dan did not settle for second best. He did not settle for the cheapest to go through to get it. He had to have the best. And they had student loans. You will also hear the fact this is that after her divorce, because this after 1985, when Dan walked out of the house with their accounts empty, that she was still paying for his student loans in Harvard. 1986, 1987, 1988, until the divorce was final. When he was earning, his corporation was earning now almost close to $2 million. He was making large amounts of money in his personal income. Of course, that wasn't hers anymore because that's what happened. She just had to pay the bills. But they borrowed money to go through school because student loans do not get you through, do not put bread on the table. So they went through their last year of law school, and he graduated. And he came out here to California. He came to work for Ray Ferry. Now, I know the district attorney said that the only reason she married him was because he was a money.
I'm going to object to that.
Someone who insisted on being hooked up to a money-making machine. They moved to San Diego, where Dan Broderick was making about $13,000 to $15,000 a year. And they were living in Claremont, was where they first moved into San Diego. They moved into an apartment building. And it was in the apartment building they lived for a number of years. Now, she had a teacher credential back east. She came to California, didn't have it. She worked in dinners and nursery schools. And she realized fairly quickly when she was working there that a number of things working in that job. So it was really a dead-end thing. And she could make more money by being a hostess, working in jewelry stores, working in department stores, and trying to do daycare, where she would watch people's children and they would pay her. So during the day, she would do that, and her children were still young. And at night, and after the meals were made, she, as a receptionist, or even though she had varicose veins and problems, she would work until 12, 2 o'clock at night because the family needed the money. And it wasn't that they needed the money for mink coats or for furs. They needed it for food. They needed it for shelter, for clothing. And they, honestly, at some point in time, they even finally went to Sears and bought their own furniture on credit while they were living there. And she went through more pregnancies. Now, when she was there in Claremont, the house caught on fire. The house they were living on, the apartment building, and everything they owned was burned down. Including the furniture they bought from Sears. Which meant that they got an insurance settlement. Now, they still owed the money to Sears, and at that point in time, they bought a house in La Jolla, somewhere in the $70,000 range, that you hear is the Coral Reef home. It was the first time that they had a house that they were able to call home. It wasn't a mansion. It wasn't by the beach. It was a relatively simple house in a nice family neighborhood. And they purchased it. And for years, when they lived in that house, they didn't even have furniture. They didn't have living room furniture. They didn't have furniture. And finally, a relative came over And it was hard that they didn't have anything, bought lawn furniture, so that during the day they got out in the yard. And at night, they would have something in their house to sit on. And you will hear that this is not a woman who was saying that to have more, that you have to go out and work a second job at night, Mr. Broderick. That I want to have. This was someone every step of the way. We have to do it. I have to work at night. If I have to take children in during the day, I'll take children in during the day. And it continued. In La Jolla, many, many mothers brought their children for Elisabeth Broderick to watch because their children enjoyed it and because she was good with them. And so you will hear and you'll see that at that point in time, she had a number of children. So basically what she was at that point in time is she was, and excuse the term, she was not someone who was a socialite. She was someone who was a Claremont housewife. She was happy. She had her children. She had everything that she wanted in life. The things that are most important for her in life. She had to have wonderful prom dress, and there would be family vacations and family to get together. Those dreams that she had, but she had the lifestyle that she wanted. She had a family unit. She was working towards things. It wasn't at that point that Daniel Broderick said, "I'm going to leave. I'm not going to be here." He never said it at that point in time. He didn't have his millions. He didn't have his successful private practice. Daniel Broderick was a husband and a father like anyone else, and he was happy at that point in time. Never did he say, okay, now it's time that you're gone. This marriage is unhappy. He had someone who worked, physically even dangerous for her, and that's fine. That's wonderful. That was okay with Dan Broderick. Because it was to his advantage. Who she was. And she was a very beautiful woman. And everything seemed to be fine. As far as marriages go. Now you will hear that what a perfect marriage is to people doesn't mean, and it didn't mean to her, that it was bliss. That everything just seemed to work perfect, that he was the perfect man and she was the perfect woman. But it was a perfect marriage because they had their agreements. They had their understandings. He was who he was, and she was who she was. She was willing to efface herself for him because they were working towards common things. She had a dream that's not a bad dream. That when your family goes for outings and goes for trips and you have grandchildren and you have homes and you have memories and you have a lifetime of memories that you have. Not a bad dream. And that's what she worked towards. Now during that period of time, as I said, everything wasn't perfect. She was not happy with things that were going on, or at least things that were happening to which she perceived happening at the firm that they were on gray character. She was in her, the things that were important to her were the family things, that everyone was part of the family. And those things are hard to deal with. And for her, while the things that she was willing to accept, when she's 19 and 20, in a husband a little bit older, to go out drinking with the boys, playing games, doing this. But as you have children and responsibility, there's other things that you should be doing. There's other things that we geared towards that we wanted. And so, yes, she talked about the fact that there was not the kind of things, that they were off track. that things were not going the way they were. It was very hard being a mother home with, at that point in time, 3 children, and working a job when you came home. Not complaining because you knew your husband needed to be in quiet, to be a litigator, a gladiator in a courtroom with which he was. So she dealt with those things. She put up. But they went to a retreat because she said at that time is that there's things that are more important. And at this point in time, not that she wanted a divorce, but she wanted them to know how strong it was. If they go on like this, I just assume leave San Diego. I just assume get away from everything that you think the future holds if we can't have a family. I can go back there. I'm surrounded by family. I have my beliefs. I have my family. I have everything there I need. And those are the things that are important to me. And that's what she says. Now, it is not true that Dan Broderick will not be able to speak about who he was, who Elisabeth Broderick was at this trial, because at the retreat, he told us, he wrote in his own handwriting what their beliefs were. His beliefs were not, and in fact will not show, that he wanted to get rid of Elisabeth Broderick, that she was a money-spending fiend, that she was never happy, that she was demanding. I remember when I was in personal relationships would get the attention they deserved after graduation. What he told her. We go to school, and yes, it's going to be hard on you, but that's what school's all about. I have to work hard. Since starting to work, I've always thought about next summer, next year, after I make partner, after I am earning enough money to be able to afford trips and boats, etc. Not that you're hoping, I am hoping. Even now, I believe that our lives together will be much happiness when money ceases becoming a problem. It will enable you to do things, travel to Europe that will always be shared experiences we enjoy and never forget. He knows what she wants. She wants things that anyone who really believes in family wants, who really believes in relationships wants. And he says, yes, I want those things too. But please wait. You'll get them. Keep working. I want to be able to take you and the kids to South Bend every fall for a game without thinking twice about it. To go out to dinner with the family like we did last weekend without having to worry about the cost. Even to go out to dinner, they have to worry about what it's going to cost them. To buy a piano if Kim wants one. To buy a ring, a motorbike, a microwave, a camera, whatever you want, when you want it. Now, what does he tell her that she wants? A camera for the family, a motorbike, a microwave. These are the things that she wants. Things that are luxuries. I honestly believe this will make me happy and secure and will make me a more loving and more lovable person. Not children will make me that way. Not a wife. Not a home. I honestly believe that having this ability.
You're not going to object to it.
The problem is that I may not make it before it's too late. I feel lately that time is running out of me. That may be one of the reasons I've been thinking so much about going out on my own to practice law. His idea. I want the financial security now so that I can get on with the important things in life. No caveat that the important things come without you. Business issue. sacrifices and worked hard to get in a position to be successful. I have made you sacrifice as well, perhaps even more than me. Some recognition of those sacrifices. I want to pay you back, to make it up to you, to reward you for all the deprivations. I want you to be happy, content, secure, to feel that the sacrifices were worth it. I want to go on living so that I have time to accomplish this. I always tell myself that what I am doing now, the way we're living now, is just a temporary situation, that things will improve and that my goals will be realized. To die now would be a tragedy. Mind you, I'm not saying there will ever be a good time for me to die, but the earlier the worse, especially if I haven't at least reached my goal of material success. Never during that time did he say, my goal of happy children or a happy wife. There will be testimony as to some of the reactions Elisabeth Broderick had. Some of those reactions have to do with the way that people react in a relationship that's controlled, a controlled, domineering relationship. It's called all different things. Some people call it battered woman. Her life, whether it be through physical force, and you will hear that during this period of time that are present in those kind of relationships were present in Elisabeth Broderick's relationship with Daniel Broderick. You will hear that at some point in time, Elisabeth Broderick got in a fit of anger from Dan, got a black eye. It was seen by some people at a went. It has to do with at least the psychological effects of battering. It's not that only if you are somebody who keeps hitting somebody that makes that relationship, but if you are somebody who dominates and controls by fear and physical pain, that there are certain responses and certain way people react. And you will hear that Daniel Broderick would a door, closet, throw in a window, garage door, smash motorbike, aquariums, would throw and kick the dog, fit anger when he was angry at people. And you will hear it's behind closed. The children didn't know what was going on. There was an argument. It was protected. And how it was is they would go into the bedroom. There's always the fear, and it was what Daniel watching that. What is developed is that system of isolation, whether it's from whatever there is to isolate, to make sure that control in the relationship, that he is the one who makes the decisions in the relationship, and she is the one who listens to what he has to say, whether it's controlling the money, whether it's controlling the assets. It's one that he is in complete and utter control of, and it's a relationship that she fosters, because that's the relationship that they have. And what ends up happening, and you will hear through the evidence, that it comes, and she gets calls, she has a message on her answering machine from the kids crying, saying, I don't want to be over here, I'm getting beat up. There was a time when there was a car accident, the kids were left alone. There were times when they were, where she would hear screaming and hollering into the phone and crying, Mommy, why don't you call me? I want to hear from you. Where are you? What's going on? And then she calls the phone. And what she gets is the answering machine. And either the phone is unplugged or the ringer's turned down, so kids do not know to be reached. And what happened is that Dan Broderick, message Elisabeth Broderick might call 10 times you, Mom. He edits out the 14 messages where she's begging to take the machine off and to answer it, and puts the one messages when she finally gets angry at the machine and screams at Dan Broderick. You will not have an original tape. They will all be edited by the Gladiator. They will all be edited. And you will hear through the testimony that at some times, Linda Kolkena would stand next to the phone, knowing the ringer was off, Betty trying to get hold of the kids, and would almost cheer when they would finally on the machine. Or here's this, and say how dismayed we are getting these messages. And they go into court and say, oh, this is just horrible to us to hear these messages. Now you will hear in 1986, Elisabeth Broderick at some point in time, there were things that weren't going well, and she started receiving some messages from Linda Broderick. She got a of Betty. When they're there at home, what she hears is that Linda calls her crazy, tells her kids, your mother is crazy. And then the kids come and ask her, Mom, are you crazy? They say that you're crazy. And she responds by using cuss words, while saying your dad is a fuckhead, or she is the cunt. But the evidence will show that the biting, horrible things is when her own children come to her and say that she's crazy. And the purpose of it is, and to keep them away, and as she believes, as Dan does not believe, no matter what he does, that he should have children that talk bad. It doesn't matter how about him. She should love him and respect him and not say bad things. And those are the things that are there. She has at some point in time, later on, sent wrinkle cream commercials to talk about her looks, about how she has. When they send her things for the divorce trial, Linda leaves the notes on them. And you will hear that Dan is meticulous. And this is somebody that knows what they're doing. And this one is on Linda Kolkena's little stickum that says, D, this pile is for the fat one. Now this is, and then there's another one. This is one where her favorite Christmas present is send people was candy. So she charged a lot of candy. B, have you looked at these? No question how she keeps her girlish figure. Now these are things that are sent to her while they're going through the divorce. And while she's there, during the time that she's told that she is not allowed to have the children because at some point in time she uses a cuss word, she is being around with 8 and 9-year-olds and around her daughters and is wearing see-through negligees, and there is complaints from the kids, and there is comments made about it. She basically says, and there's a comment about my mother didn't allow that kind of stuff and wasn't that kind of person. Well, your mother is crazy. Who cares what she wants? But those are things that affect Betty. She says, what's wrong with the kids going around, having cars, driving with people that are drinking, going on motorcycles in the rain, on the freeway, that where somebody's hanging around where they're not married with young children, wearing inappropriate clothes. But what is happening is these tapes are made. They're edited and they are brought into court. And so through 1987, there's a number of contempt charges and a number of, she hooks them up for exams, and when she comes to pick them up for the exams, the boys aren't there, and she gets angry about it, and she calls them names throughout. Sentences for it, it's true. There's a time where she's fined $16,000 because of continued use of bad language. There are all these things that are going on, and during that time, she's upset that things that she don't. So she finds out that she's trying to tell the court, well, Dan is an alcoholic. And she's battling with those things. She's very upset about it. Dan has two drunk driving convictions. She's told that that's irrelevant, but her bad words are relevant. She finds that one of the files, which she just finds is missing. From her file. She also finds that there's preferential treatment. This court system has got powers that he can take care of these things, that he can make sure that he doesn't get sentenced like other people, even when it involves these kind of charges that are not civil in nature. He gets a ticket for going too slow while he's on probation in his Corvette, and hearings done with it, nothing ever happened. And she knows, it's in her mind, that this is somebody who's got the court system by the tail, and the things that she finds seem to indicate that. Someone who's very concerned with their reputation. A divorce file, the divorce hearing gets sealed. It's not open to the public. And she writes on the court files. You'll find that she writes some swear words on the court file. She goes in, she doesn't have a lawyer, and at some point in time, she looks at the court files to see all these papers that have been filed. She writes lies, cunt, fuckface. She puts all those on the court file, and then shortly after that, when it's transferred the case, the divorce file ends up being missing. It's discovered files are found. But those end up being missing. All the ones that at least had something that would appear to have anything to do with the land goes missing. When it goes to court, one time she goes to Judge Joseph's court, and she walks in there and she Judge Joseph is the person who finds her and puts her in jail and does it. And says, Mr. Broderick, what do we owe the honor of your presence here in the courtroom? And when he said, well, it's my own case, and Judge Joseph says to Mrs. Broderick, well, do you mind? He says, well, that's too bad because you have no ability to get rid of me, and I'm going to hear the case. It's been assigned to me. And that is the person who hears the case through that period of time. Well, through 1987, there is no settlement. Elisabeth Broderick writes a letter saying, let's settle the case. And she asks for $1 million and $25,000 a month for 10 months. By the way, and she gets a one-line answer, not okay, we want to settle the case, let's negotiate, let's do something. She gets a one-line answer, your offer is refused. No counteroffers, no discussions, it's just the answer is no. What makes Elisabeth Broderick in 1989 upset about her divorce is that she is determined, or at least she gets awarded more than 7, but Dan had already spent it. He'd already done it on all the investments that he kept, all the losing investments that Larry had. And she knows about the investments, and Dan doesn't, and Larry does. So, yes, you're entitled to more than you asked for, but by the way, that money was spent for you. Much more than that money was spent for you. For condos that you weren't allowed to go to that money is gone. So yes, she does get upset because she's been saying settled, so I have some peace of mind. I know we then talk about children, and I don't have to run. All of a sudden, having you put me in a position of power where you can say, I'll cut your money off. And we see it's 1986 and 1987 that when he was giving voluntary support, he instituted his own fine system. He was the judge and the jury. He decided that if you set foot on my property, it's going to so much money. And if you set foot on my, if you say a dirty word, that's going to cost you so much money. So in 1987, in November of 1984, but you're in arrears. I fined you so much that you owe me $1,500. And that's the day that she goes over there to talk to him, and the day that there's the Blackstone Ball. He's being installed as president of the San Diego Bar Association. He has already set himself up as the judge in this case. He has already instituted his own fine system, and he's already decided, I am how it goes. And she goes over there and says, how do you even have any, you, Broderick, you have 10 seconds to get off my property, or I'll call police. And she says, as she's done before in 1985, and as she said in 1986, we have to settle this. I can't go to court and beat you, Dan Broderick. I want to settle it with you. And the police are called, and Betty Broderick did not ask to be arrested. The police officer told her that she was going to be arrested. And she, at some point in time, said okay, leave. And it was too late for her to leave. And that's not just from Betty Broderick, that's from her memory, that's from Dan Broderick's memory. But she got put in jail. And she got what? This is somewhat the backdrop. You'll see in 1987 when she gets put in jail, I've already told you. Kim came over there quite often to party when Betty wasn't around. She took her clothes, she took her food, she brought friends over. You'll hear that sometimes Betty would get call on the answering machines from the kids complaining, we don't have any food over here, Mom. We're hungry. Will you bring us some food? Will you give us... When she was over, she was told at the point in time got hurt on an electrical wire. She heard at another time that the boys got hit by their father. One time were thrown down the stairs by their father. And their father got at times there was nothing there to eat but steak in the refrigerator. The kids would eat nothing for breakfast before they go. And from school, she was coming back and getting complaints from the school that the kids were there sick. And during the vet was sent to her house while she didn't have control of those kids because he was going to school with holes in his shoe. This is a man wearing the most expensive clothes he can buy, dressing like a dandy, and sending his
Sorry, guys. But you know what? Even if all that was true, it doesn't justify what she did. And if she had behaved and gone through regular channels, then they would have been investigated and she would have gotten the kids. But she was the one that flew off the handle and ruined it for herself.
By dressing like a dandy and sending his children to school with holes in their shoes and holes in their shirt. And they were so sick that they were brought to the principal and asked, "Can you take the kids home? Can you take care of them?" And she got upset, and there was times that she yelled and she screamed about what was going on. And it continued through 1988. And so finally, in 1989, hired a psychiatrist. She was seeing people. She was trying to get the children back. She went to court. Now, Elisabeth Broderick will testify rather than her getting a lot of stuff and Dan not getting the divorce. She'll testify that while she got some of the money that was there, basically what she was paid, other than the house and the payment she got, was of all their investments and everything that was there was $28,000. That's what money that she received out of the divorce. She was not given custody of her children, even though her children wanted to be with her. They wanted to live with her. And so what you will see is that she was upset. She was upset. She was having problems with Lee. Lee was having problems at that time as well as Kim. And Lee was having enough problems that at some point in time, rehabilitation center. It was something that was very hard for her to do. And Lee did what a lot of children do when they're taken somewhere by a parent. He wasn't taken there by Dan. What Dan did during that period of time is, and Betty believed that that was because Lee was supportive of her, is Dan took Lee out of the will. Just said, "You're no longer going to be in my will, I disown you." But Betty took her to a clinic. And Betty got involved a little bit in the clinic, and Lee told her how much she hated her, and she didn't want to be there, and her mother took her in and tried to get her to do stuff home at work. And when Lee came, Lee, that night, the evening before, they'd gone up to LA, visited her sister. Lee had said she was too sick to go over to her sister's house, her mother. Disappointed in that. And the next day when they came home, Lee said she was going to go out on a date, even though she'd been too sick. And her mother said, "I don't want you to go out. You have problems. I don't want you out all night. If you go out against my wishes, I just can't control you. You can't live here." And Lee went out that night, and Betty told her. And she came home the next day, very depressed from being told that she was not going to have her boys, even though this was the first time in 5 years she was given any right to visit them, any right whatsoever to visit them. She, or even talk to them over the phone. She told Lee that she couldn't be there because it wasn't a control. You will hear that in 1989, after that.
I'm confused. Did any of that make sense to anyone? So, Lee wanted to go out, but she had been sick. So Betty told her no, and if she was going to go out, she couldn't live there anymore. And then he started talking about Betty not getting custody of the two boys. I don't understand what Lee going out that night has anything to do with the custody of the boys don't get it.
After finally she started having visits, she visited with her children regularly. You'll hear that a lot of people who come in to testify about what a bad mother Betty Broderick was, in fact, were letting her children go all the time over to their house, letting them be there, keeping them, watching after the children loved them, but somehow seemed to change things. She got a job, she was working, and in fact, on the day that her house was broken into, what happened is that and I think I have to just go back a little bit. What happened in 1989? Yeah, how much longer? Maybe 20, 15, 20 minutes.
You want to keep on? Up to you.
I mean, I can go till then, or I can stop. Okay.
20 minutes, excuse me, may I have 1 minute?
Yeah.
Thank you.
In 1989, she was trying to make some semblance of a shattered life. She was working. There were problems. Where she lived was the house had been trying to be broken into. One day, the stairs had finally collapsed from the termites. She'd gotten from her testimony is been in a relationship with some guy that Kim, that person Kim was off to school. That person that he was interfering with the relationship with her, and that is the backdrop that in 1989. She was working as a nursery school. Now you have to remember that during that period of time, this was no longer the Betty Broderick that was there before. She was trying the avalanche. She had lost her home by Dan Broderick. He had sold it out from her. When he had left her, he had made it so that she no longer had a social life that she did. Her friends were gone. Her reputation in the community was destroyed. She was told that she was crazy, that she was nuts, and that people who had always been her friends were now saying that she had always been crazy and that she had been nuts. She had lost all of those things. She lost her ability to the things that she did. She had lost the things that she was a mother. It was just taken away and just discarded, with Dan saying that those are no longer there, that she was no longer going to be. This is something that had started in 1983 and went through 1985 and finally in 1989 just said that you will not be a mother. You will not have these children. And that's what happened to her. What happened calls at her work, and they were hung up on. And she got afraid of the 4-hour notice. She realized that maybe something was happening, and she came to her home to find out whether there was something on her answering machine. And what she had found is Linda Kolkena had been in her house and had told her maid that she was a friend of Kim and just looking for something, and had taken a lot of her paperwork and had come back a little bit later. And she went and she felt violated. She had been feeling violated. She didn't feel like a person, and she was having problems with life. Court, and when she got to court before 1:30 and thought to herself, I made it. I got here before they had the hearing. Who was leaving the courtroom? Not Tom Ashworth, because Tom Ashworth was now the presiding judge of divorce court. It was Gerald Berry, his old partner, and walking out of the locked courtroom even before 1:30, and when she said, what happened? He says, we've already done it. But let's go back in and make it formal. And so she had already lost, even though she got there in time, she already lost. And you will see that during the time that the divorce was proceeding, that there were things that they were doing to make her angry. When they would cancel their insurance, Dan Broderick wouldn't cancel the insurance. The letter would be written by Linda Kolkena. I'm canceling all your insurances. And when there was complaint about it in court, there was a request by Elisabeth Broderick's lawyer at the time about, listen, you know what kind of problems this causes. Can you leave Linda Kolkena's name off of it? But what happens in 1980? Is that he has it notarized by Linda Kolkena, even when he's giving her the one piece of property that's hers. He's already been told, why put her name on it? Why cause the problems? Why create the agony? But he does it anyways. He does it anyways. And Linda has gotten all new china, brand new china, spent a fortune on it for a long time in 85 and 86 that was unfurnished when she did ask for stuff. A lot of stuff Dan wouldn't give her. Wouldn't give her some tables because he says, you know, my file boxes are on the tables out in the garage. I'm using those tables. And I don't feel like putting out tables from the garage. I'm using the house furniture, so she can't have it because I'm using it. The children had begged with Dan, well, what, you only got boxes, file boxes on it. Why can't you give it to it? In 1989, when she asked for their wedding china, something that had no value whatsoever to anybody but Elisabeth Broderick, Linda Kolkena said she didn't win it in court, we'll let her have that. She is not going to see it again. And during its not living in there, it was her voice that was there saying that you can't get a hold of your children. And yes, you heard the tape, she yelled about that. What was her voice doing on the machine? Interfering with her ability to see the children. So in 1989, and there was another incident when she went off on a trip and she had Danny and Rhett's dog property and say, I'm going on a trip. You're going to have to watch your son's dogs that I have no custody of. She was fined for that because she stepped on the property. So in 1989, she went to court. She was fined 1 month.
You're a lawyer. You know how restraining orders work. You can't tell the jury to ignore the law. What are you doing?
For taking the wedding list, there was a fine, large fine, that she was fined for taking the wedding list. When she went to the door, it was there, and she picked it up, and she took it with her to see who was going to the wedding at that time. There was, when the time that she was visiting her kids in 1999, time when the cars broke, instead of small the weekends. In September, October, November of 1989, when she was trying to get her children back and she was working within, trying to at least work in with the system, in September of 1989, the answering machine came on, and it came on again with Linda Kolkena's voice. And it was her only contact with her children, other than that she was able to see them during the week. But again, the voice came on, telling her she wouldn't have that, and she got upset. They could have put anyone's voice on the machine. They could have put the kids. They could have put anybody's on there. But Linda Kolkena's voice came again on the answering machine, and the answer was simple. Now it's her house. They don't have to worry. She can do what she wants. But they're getting the children back. It made her upset, and they knew it made her upset. She had plans, and a lot of times, as you hear, when Betty has plans, the kids were brought there. She had made plans for Acapulco a long time ago, and you will hear that she canceled a lot of plans with her friends because she never knew her. She'd cancel them at the last minute if the children came. If she was going to end up getting the children, then she'd cancel all plans. Well, this was one for a trip to Acapulco that was made months, and they told her, please don't cancel. You just don't have any right to cancel these plans, so she didn't. They changed the weekends, and it had been a month and a half since she had seen her children. A long time since she had gotten her weekends, because they'd all been changed before she went there, and she was going to see him again. She received a letter that basically said that we will not agree to what we thought was an agreement as to change in custody of the children. And she was upset about that. And she realized that she was never going to get the children again. And then, during the weekend, when she had the children, she made plans. She had gone out and bought dinner for Sunday. They were going to go to Tijuana, and they were going to do some shopping. The kids like to go there. She received a letter. And basically, the letter told her was a letter that was mailed to Walter Mann, and of course he sent it on to. Didn't say anything about Linda's voice, just said here's the tape, some of the messages, and it says it sounds like instead of her getting better, like you claim that she is that she's getting worse. And basically said it seems that her mental disease has deteriorated. And it also meant they were going to bring her back to court. Judge Joseph said, next time I see you in court morning, Sunday morning, after the kids had been in bed and it was quiet, she got up, she read the letter, she got very upset. During that period of time, since the beginning of '89, since she had got some visitation, she had been fined again. She had brought to court again. The tapes had gone on again. The delays as
Not your fault, Judy. But yeah, he did. Just like he justified her stepping 1 foot on their lawn when she had a restraining order. He's a lawyer. He knows how restraining orders works. I can't believe this opening. Like, he's arguing too a lot. Like, he's not just saying, well, she did too. Like, they're not just saying this is what you're gonna see. They're arguing. That's why there's so many objections and why this has taken so long, because they're not doing it right.
Many times before. She went to Dan Broderick to deal with it. Not to the courts. She went to Dan Broderick to say, this has to end. And she's gone to Dan Broderick before. She went there in 1985 when she banged the door. She went there when she went to the, when he stopped the divorce payment. She went there just before the divorce, went to Dan's home. She went there on one other occasion where she went to Dan and said, we have to settle that. And you will hear that she was moving from her home to a condo. She was trying to cut her expenses down. She was trying to live on what she realized was going to be an income that wasn't going to last forever. And she was everything under control. And so that morning, when she was moving from one house to the other, she got up. And she had a gun. She had bought a gun that day when the Kolkena broke in her house. And when she went to court and found out that when she went into court that she had already lost. And there was people calling her to house and screaming, and there was people trying to felt that she was totally powerless. And she bought a gun, and it made her, at least at that time, have some and beat her up. That this litigious assault, at least it gave her some feeling that she could deal with it. And so she got up that day and she decided to go to the beach. And you will hear, because when she opened the letter and saw it, and she writes on the letter exactly what her feelings are. I can't mention to that. And she will tell you that as she sat there at that table, thinking about that and being so depressed, and the walls were closing in on her, and everything seemed to be horrible for her, she had to get out of the house, and she did. And you'll see that she went to walks on the beach all the time when she was depressed. She decided that she had to leave. She had to get out of there. And she left, and she said to herself, what good is it going to do to try to walk away from the problems? What good is it going to do to go to the beach and feel good for a minute? This has to end. And she did what she did before. She went to Dan Broderick. And when she went to Dan Broderick, as she has before, she went to Dan Broderick to insist that he talk to her. She had decided, like she had before, she wanted to know she was serious, that she was willing to commit suicide, and there's nothing worse that she can do than to kill herself in front of them.
Oh, sure.
And let the world know that it was them that caused all the agony. And she went over to the house and she brought the gun. Now, every time she's gone over there, they've always said, call the police. We're going to call. And she went over there. She walked into the house. And you will hear that when she walked up into the room, has no idea, no memory of what she said to him. And what they said is call the police. Now, at that point in time, she fires the gun. She remembers pulling the trigger once. She remembers the empty click as the gun went off and realized that there's no bullets left. You will see from the testimony when you go into the room that here, when you see them, that all the bullets are pretty much in one direction. You will see that from the testimony, and you will see from the evidence in the case, that that there was a confrontation between those people and Elisabeth Broderick when she tried to speak to them, and they said to call the police. What you'll see here is that in a certain position. Now, what that means is...
Objection under counsel's argument.
Tell what it means in closing.
I was going to tell what my expert's going to say, but I can't say that now?
You can say what your expert's going to say.
Okay.
Not what it means, but what your expert's say.
What the evidence will show is that what tells you is when a shot is fired is the position that the shot hits the person at a point in time. So if I am standing here and I am shot in the back, and it goes here, it doesn't mean that before I was shot. If I go like this, it means that I started in this position and I turned around and the shot hit here, through the back. And what the evidence will show is that Linda Kolkena started to roll towards this area to where the phone was. And then Dan Broderick started to roll towards where the phone was. And the reason that you will see that from the evidence is that someone who was dead asleep and shot in the chest would not know what position to roll away from, would not know what's going to happen. Dan Broderick was shot right at the edge of the bed in this position, and in fact the bullet was found underneath him, even though it was a through and through shot, because at the time that he was going through and it broke the skin, he fell off the bed and he was wrapped up in the bedclothes. He was not shot in a position where all of a sudden he shot and was dead. He was moving enough so that when he fell off the bed, he wrapped himself up in the bedclothes. He was moving from that position. And Linda Kolkena was moving into the line of fire, as you see here, as she is trying to move away from the position of where they are at the time that the shots are fired into them. After the shots are fired, Elisabeth Broderick does rip the phone off, and she will testify that, and you'll hear from other witnesses, that she told people when she called, "I don't know if I hit anybody." And the reason she ripped the phone off, is because she felt that she was in big trouble. She had fired the gun, and Dan Broderick, if he called the police, she would be arrested, and was trying to run away. And when she called people, she was very upset. She was crying. Sounded like she was vomiting, and she told them, "I don't know if I hit anybody. I don't know if anyone was shot." It was dark. It was early in the morning. When I left, what she did is, you will hear that there was a witness across the canyon who heard the shots, and the shots were as fast as you could pull a trigger. Boom, 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 boom. Those were the 5 shots. She then went to a phone booth, called up her daughter, went to her daughter's house, and talked about surrendering herself to the police department. She made arrangements at that point in time to surrender herself to the police. When she arrived at her daughter's house, she was upset. Her daughter tried to give her something to drink. She threw up. She didn't know if somebody was hit or if they weren't hit. They didn't know if they should go to the police. They didn't know if the police would be looking for her, because Dan Broderick knew that she would testify that when she went over there, that she was crazy. That she was depressed. She was feeling bad, and she wanted it to be over. She wanted for Dan to make a decision. She wanted him to know that she was serious, and she wanted him to make a decision, not...
I want to take a moment to point out that depressed does not mean that you are crazy and depressed. We're the same thing. And I take offense to that because I am diagnosed with major depressive disorder and I don't consider myself crazy. Some of you may. I, however, do not.
Say we'll go to court and see, we'll look about it tomorrow. But she wanted to say, am I going to get the children or am I not going to get the children? Let's talk it out. Let's do something about it. And she wanted to let him know that if you don't give me the children, I'll kill himself. Whether it was a suicidal gesture, whether she was going to do it, that was what the intent. She went over to Dan Broderick's house. The testimony will show that she did not go over there with the intent to kill Daniel Broderick and Linda Kolkena Broderick, but from her own mouth and from all the circumstantial evidence, the testimony will show that the reason that she went over there is to stop a situation that was putting her where she was and letting people know where she was and what they had done to her. And I think that after you hear us in this case,
We'll take our afternoon recess at this time.
Yay. Okay, Brian Forbes. I have no idea who this person is. A longtime friend of the Broderick family. Okay. Any day now. This stupid website.
Good morning.
Sir, for the record, could you please state your full name and spell your last name, sir?
Good morning, Mr. Forbes.
Good morning.
Could you tell us what your occupation is?
I'm a lawyer.
And where do you work?
I work at Great Harry Ames and Fry here in San Diego.
That's a law firm here in San Diego? And where is it living?
I live in Calle del Cielo.
Question. And take your eat? No. I live on a patch of dirt back in the woods.
Broderick?
Yes, I do.
Do you live near Elisabeth Broderick?
Now?
I'm sorry. Did you, back in 1989, live near Elisabeth Broderick?
Yeah, she was at the end of our street, about 4 doors up the street.
And before she moved into that house, did you know the defendant?
Yes, I've known her for about 15 years.
Did you also know Dan Broderick?
Yes.
Could you just describe for the jury briefly how it was that you knew Dan and Elisabeth Broderick?
When I was a second-year law student up in San Francisco, during the season when they bring law students to law firms to interview, I flew to San Diego with my wife, Gail, and
Ugh. Can you guys hear me? Okay, number one, I'm sorry. My husband called me and I thought I muted it, so I'm sorry because it wasn't muted. That's one. And then number two, while I was talking to my husband, the sound cut out. So I apologize for that too. So I'm going to back it up just a tad because I don't know how much was missed and how much I talked over to my husband.
Dan and Elisabeth Broderick separated.
Yes.
And after they separated, did Elisabeth Broderick move into the house there on Calle de Cielo?
Sometime after that, when they separated, they were living on a street called Avenida de los Andes, which is about a block away, around the corner from where we lived at that time. They were living in a rental house. The rental house, Dan moved out, and so she lived there for a while, and then moved into the house up the street after we moved up there.
And did she continue to live in that house on Calle de Cielo up until November 89? I want to direct your attention to November the 5th, the morning of November the 5th, 1989. Do you remember that morning?
Yes, I do.
Were you at home there?
Yes.
And sometime that morning, did a man named Brad Wright come to your house?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time it was?
Shortly after 7 o'clock in the morning.
What were you doing at the time?
I was in my kitchen having a cup of coffee and reading a newspaper.
This was a Sunday morning?
Yes.
And who was Brad Wright, as far as you know?
He was Betty's boyfriend.
What happened when he came to your house?
Dang it.
And reading a newspaper.
This was a Sunday morning?
Yes.
And who was Brad Wright, as far as you know?
He was Betty's boyfriend.
What happened when he came to your house?
Obviously just woken up, came to the kitchen door and said that Brad is here. And I said, oh, and I got up and walked out to the living room where he was. And I said, hello?
Your Honor, objection here, sir.
Your Honor, this
It's foundational, go ahead.
He told me that he thought that Betty had shot Dan and Linda. And I said, why do you think that? And he told me that a friend of Betty's had called him on the telephone and told him that Betty had told that to her. He said the woman who called him was named Diane Black. And I said, I asked him if he called the police yet, and he said no, he didn't want to call from the house where the kids were. He had spent the night at the street in her house with her.
When he was telling you this, what can you describe his emotional state?
He was clearly upset.
So it looked as though this was something he was obviously taking seriously.
Oh, yes.
What happened then?
I asked if he called the police. He said no, so I suggested that Gail immediately go and call 911 and just in case. And Brad and I continued to talk for a minute or so, and then we started to listen to Gail. It was because she didn't know anything of her own personal knowledge. She didn't know the address of the house. And so I said to Brad, just in case it's true, we ought to go over there. Do you know how to find the house? And he said, yes. So I said, let's, just in case they're shot and bleeding, let's go and see if we can give some assistance before the police get there. So we ran to his car and drove to Linda and Dan's house.
Were you driving or was Brad driving?
Brad was. I wasn't sure how to get there. Brad said how to get there.
And at this time, did Dan and Linda live at 1041 Cypress in Hillcrest?
I'm not sure the street address, but that's the street.
So you and Brad got in the car and decided to go over to the house?
attorney's got us right there within, I guess, 10 or 12 minutes. It was a pretty amazing ride. During the trip over, he said, we've got to find the note.
Once you said you drove quickly, obviously there was some urgency, and you got to the house. What happened when you got to the house?
We pulled up in front. We both jumped out of the car and started to run toward the front door. I said, turn your emergency flashes on just in case the police have trouble finding it. Pounded on the front door with my open hand and yelled Dan's name and tried the doorbell. There was no response. So,
If you could hold on just a second, Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 1 a poster board which includes 4 8x10 photographs?
Really so marked.
Thank you. Can you first for us just identify what the photograph that's marked A shows?
this is Dan and Linda's house from the street, essentially looking at the sector.
And what is shown in photograph B?
He is a closer view of the front door of the house.
And you indicated that the first thing that you did was to go up to the front door and pound or knock on the front door. Now, obviously, in photograph B, the door is open. So you're going to have to make sure to speak up. So you rang the door, you knocked on the door. Did you get any response?
No.
What did you do then?
I suggested to Brad that he go around the house to the right, while I go around the house to the left, to see if we could find an open window or an open door or some way to get inside the house.
Did you do that?
If possible to go farther. I ran back around the way he had gone, up the driveway, toward the garage.
And is there a photograph that shows the driveway that you're referring to?
The photograph C is a closer view of the driveway, which is right here, going back toward the garage. That's Dan's car from the drive of the house, which is photograph D.
What happened then when you came around to the back of the house? Can you move back this way just a little bit?
When I got around the back of the house, Brad was standing by a back door in this area. It's not that one. There's another door that faces, I think, that direction. Maybe right here. He was standing by a door and that someplace back there. And he said, it looks like no one's here. Let's leave. And I said, just in case, put my fist through a window on that door. Thought better of it. I had seen an open window. The window was screened off. It's one of these, might be this one. But it was open about 3 inches through the screen and was trying to undo the screen, but not tall enough. I jumped up to hit it, but not tall enough to undo that screen, but Brad was. Brad flipped it open, pulled it open, and started to climb up through the window.
Why don't you just circle for us in red on the photograph the window that think it is that you climbed through?
It was definitely one of these windows. I think it was this one, the taller one. I should circle that?
Yes, go ahead. A window that's on photograph D.
Thank you.
Once you then basically got into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said over a washer and dryer, it was like a laundry room area?
Yes.
What did you do then?
The second I got inside the house, I was yelling Dan's name and Lynn's name as loud as I could, thinking that they might be asleep or they might be in bed together or they might be hurt something. Diagonally toward the house, inside the house, near the front door.
Okay, hold on just a second. May I have marked your under People's Exhibit 2, another poster board that includes 3 8. If you could take a look at those photographs you indicated.
I'm not very well oriented on this. I know this stairway is the one that comes down from, if you look at photograph B, showing the stairway, I came from the right side of that stairway. I turned and we went up the stairway.
So before we go any further, you're indicating a stairway, that's in photograph B, correct?
Yes.
And that's the stairway that's right inside the front door.
That's right.
And there's just a same picture of the stairway, but from a different angle in photograph C.
Here's the meeting.
Okay, and you indicated that you did go up the stairs.
Yeah, I ran up the stairs. Two at a time, as fast as I could get up, and got to the top of the stairs, which looks like photograph A is the top of the stairs. The direction I turned was left toward the bedroom with the doors open.
Your Honor, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 3? A poster board which includes 2 8x10 photographs.
Maybe so, Mark.
And directing your attention to photograph A, which is at the top of the stairs, and the doorway at the top of the stairs. Is that the doorway that you're referring to?
That's the doorway to the bedroom.
What did you do then when you got to the top of the stairs?
I think by that time I wasn't yelling the names anymore. I think I just was going as fast as I could to find him. Trying to walk into that room immediately. Saw the view that's shown here before I went in and after I got inside the bedroom. I saw essentially what's shown in photograph B.
When you first look in the bedroom, then from the doorway,
From the doorway.
so without entering the room, may I have marked as People's Exhibit 4, Your Honor, another poster board with 2 8x10 photographs.
Maybe so, Mark.
Did you actually go into the room?
Yes, I did.
And what did you see when you got into the room?
The first thing I saw was Linda. It's on the bed here. And I saw Dan's foot in the position shown here in the photograph. And they were both greenish.
Did you do anything once you saw them?
Wait a minute. Who is he with that is taking him to the crime scene? It's Betty's boyfriend? I missed something when I was on the phone again because my bank it's not my bank. I don't think it's the bank. I think it's Walmart. But I'm distracted today. So, Betty's boyfriend went to his house to go check on Dan?
Put my fingers on this map, on this photo of right here, to see if I can feel my pulse. There's no, it's cold. I did the same thing a little bit. And I'm back, I'm standing on my knees again. Next to the end, I sense someone behind me, it's Brad, from the house.
Before we go any further, is the photographs that are in people's floor, A and B, is that an accurate picture of what you saw that morning? When, I take it when you touched the neck down, you pulled, and you pulled a minute?
Left hand just felt she's cold and me too, so she's obviously dead.
You indicated
I was a little startled, frankly. I said, they're both dead, they're false. And so, turned and started to leave. I think I paused for a second, looked back from the second table, turned and left, and we went downstairs. By the time we got to the front door and got through it, there were two police officers coming up there.
other than checking Dan to see if he was alive and Linda, did you touch anything else in the room? Threads or anything like that? When you bent over to feel Dan's neck, did you see anything on the floor next to his mouth?
Yeah, there was a puddle, a pool of what looked like regurgitated cookies and cream ice cream, but I think it was probably saliva and blood.
You indicated that you left.
They went inside the house and were walking slowly up the stairs. And for some reason, I felt some urgency to get them faster, so I ran past and closed them up to the doorway and showed them where the bodies were. Police went inside and were looking at them and getting, I guess they kind of felt they were going on too. And I stood there looking at that for 5 or 6 seconds and said to Brad, I guess we can probably go outside. And he said, yeah, do that, but don't leave way on the sidewalk. We're going to talk about the people outside. Yeah, I went down and waited outside.
Okay, you can go ahead and take a statement. Did you then wait outside the house for some period of time while the police were there?
I used his telephone. He had a portable cellular telephone in his car. I called my wife to tell her that they were Broderick, who were living up the street with Betty. Or they were spending the night there with Betty.
And as far as you know, did Gail go get Danny and Ray?
Yes. I didn't find that out until I got home, which was a couple hours later. But they were there when I got there.
And who was it that broke the news to Danny and Ray?
Gail and I did together. When I got to the house, Brad dropped me off at the top of the driveway, and I walked down, and they both knew that he'd been shot.
There's nothing to hear right now. Trying to fix it. Stupid StreamYard.
And they asked me if he was dead. And I said, I'm not sure. I wasn't sure if I should be the one to tell him or if someone else should. And I went and found Gail, and I said,
No objection, Meredith. It's just been
to answer your question, in a few minutes.
Whoa, he's a lawyer. He's talking after sustained.
When you were in the house, at the stair area, did you happen to notice the telephone?
Yeah, I noticed the telephone just stopped his attention to. There was a telephone that was obviously not used. Didn't.
Wiggles, put your earbuds in. StreamYard, what are you doing?
Think anything about it until Brad and I were leaving. I looked again at the phone to see whether or not it could be plugged in or something, but the wires were torn and frayed, and it was useless as far as I could tell. At that point, he said he had a friend's car.
Did you touch the phone or remove the phone from where it was?
No.
No further questions.
Prosecutor, you indicated that Elisabeth Broderick had a home just some doors down from you,
Yes,
and she also had a condominium.
that's understanding.
Okay. The home on the street was for sale, was it not? 1989.
I'm not sure if it was or not. I guess it was.
Okay. You don't, when you say you're not sure, is that you don't remember, you just never knew whether it was for sale?
I wanted to get to at least one other witness today, but man, this is brutal. This is also why I wanted to do this from YouTube. I just couldn't find the whole trial. I could find bits and pieces, but I couldn't find the whole trial on YouTube.
You indicated that you were a friend of both Dan and Elisabeth Broderick.
I considered myself to be.
And I'm going to show you the defendant and witness.
Please present court.
I've never seen it before, as far as I know, but I recognize the scene.
Okay. And that was a summer camp called the Hair of the Bear.
Actually, the Lair of the Bear.
Broderick's family.
Yes.
Okay. That was a time that you were not with Dan or with Dan.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as beyond the scope. Counsel indicated he was just going to have him identify the photograph.
Overruled. Said he was there.
I don't know what you mean by with Dan or...
Do you remember if he was there? Do you remember ever going with him there? You were a friend of Dan Broderick's. Were you a close friend of Dan Broderick?
I think so.
Okay. And were you closer to him than Elisabeth Broderick?
After they separated, I guess I saw a lot more of Elisabeth than I did of Dan, because she was a neighbor and was at our house every week. We were at her house regularly, too.
And during the time that Elisabeth Broderick was living down the street from you, were your kids visiting, children visiting at her house?
Your Honor, again, objection at this point beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Now, when Brad Wright came over and gave you the information, you listened to your wife call on the phone to the police, is that correct?
Quit after this witness, because this is driving me bonkers. So we're almost done.
indicate what the address was? Before you went into the house?
No.
Okay. Now, when you arrived at the house, you knew where you knew what the address was, did you not? Yes. Okay. And where did you park when you came to the house?
Directly across the street.
Okay. Was there a reason you didn't pull into the driveway?
I'm not sure that the driveway was capable of being pulled into. There's a gate there. The gate might have been closed. I don't remember that.
Okay. But for some reason, you parked out on the street instead of parking in front of the house, is that correct?
Brad parked the car. I was in the car.
Okay. Now, you then went to the front of the house and you indicated you banged on the door, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware of where their bedroom was?
No.
Okay. So did you ever ask Brad where their bedroom was?
No.
Did you shout to them at all?
Did I shout?
Outside the house, did you shout at the windows?
I shouted at the door. I didn't direct my voice at any particular window.
Now, during the time that, did you ever notice whether there were dogs in the house? Were dogs on the property?
I never saw a dog.
Okay. Did you ever hear a dog?
No.
When you went around to the back of the house, you indicated you went one way and Mr. Wright went the other way.
Okay, guys, I'm going to finish this witness. I think there's about 20 more minutes.
First went around. You went around the left, you went around the right. Is that correct?
I didn't make it very far on the left, but we both went up the driveway side on the right, yes.
Did you both go together?
No.
Okay. And it was on your way to the backyard that you noticed that there was an open... And when you went to the back, did you go through it all?
No. Well, let me say, when you say a gate, there's some structures around there. I'm not sure what you mean by a gate.
Okay. Was there, to get to the back door, was it gated at all, the yard around it?
No. I don't think
And it was
gated.
open? I mean, if there was, you didn't have to open a gate to get from the side to the back door at all?
Not that I can remember.
And when you went to the back door, again, you found that to be locked?
Yes.
And no windows open?
Correct.
Sorry, guys. There's about 10 more minutes.
The bodies at all, I take it.
That's true.
And you indicated that you then went with Brad down to call the police. Is that right? Downstairs?
As I testified a minute ago, I was outside.
And do you remember it being a female police officer?
There was one female and one male.
Do you remember telling the officers that they should hurry up and get an ambulance?
No.
Okay, did you ever tell them that, or you didn't tell them that? Do you remember?
I don't remember ever discussing an ambulance.
And so it's your memory that definitely, it's your opinion, so it's your memory now, definitely you did not tell them anything about an ambulance.
That's correct.
And were you upset at that time?
Yes.
You indicated that you noticed the telephone that was on the top of the stairway. When did you notice, when you went into the bedroom or when you came out?
I noticed it before going into the bedroom. As I was coming up the stairs, I saw it at the top of the stairs on the landing. I just glanced at it and kept on going. Didn't register that it was anything but a telephone that wasn't usable.
No, I take it to...
Which one of the two doors?
Yes.
Was their bedroom? No, I didn't know.
Okay. Was both doors open, or do you remember?
I don't remember.
But you just remember going into an open door?
I remember the one on the left was open, and that's the way I went first.
Now, you indicated that the telephone, see that?
Came back out of the bedroom, I could see that that phone was not going to be very useful to us. It was not usable.
Were you able to, how was the cord? Was there a long cord around the telephone, a short cord?
I don't have a distinct recollection of how long it was.
Was the cord wrapped around the...
Objection, Your Honor. I think we just indicated he doesn't have a distinct recollection.
I'm just going to ask that overall. If you remember.
I don't remember if it was wrapped around it or not. I don't recall that it was.
Okay, showing you what you've been showed once, People's Exhibit.
What you
2. Telephone.
That's generally the way I remember it, but I can't say if that's exactly the way it was or not. It looks the way I remember it.
You remember what time that you left your house in the morning?
In Brad's car?
Yes.
My best guess would have been that it was 7:20 or 7:30, someplace in there.
And you have no memory at all of making any phone calls between the time you left and Brad's car? Mr. Broderick's home.
Me personally?
Yeah. Do you remember either one of you making a call?
No, neither one of us used a telephone from the time he walked in my door until we got to Dan Linda's house.
After the homicide in this case, did you get involved with a group of people that wanted to assure the conviction of Elisabeth Broderick?
Objection. It's beyond scope.
Sustained.
Might be heard, Your Honor. There's a motive and bias.
No, go ahead. Paul is your own witness if you want to.
Mr. Forbes?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Forbes, did you indicate that Broderick had a phone in his car, one of those cellular phones?
It was in his glove compartment, yes.
Okay. But your recollection was that on the way over, you didn't make any phone calls?
That's right.
At that point on the way over to the house, I take it you didn't know for sure whether they had been shot or killed or what the circumstances were?
That's true.
And I take it that after you did find Dan and Linda, you were fairly upset. And you don't have a clear recollection of exactly what you might have said to the police officers when they arrived.
Your Honor, I object. It's leading and it's...
Sustained.
Do you have a clear and exact recollection of what you said to the police officers? Might you have said, call an ambulance, get help?
That's possible. I would say that.
Was similar used afterwards to call your wife, Gail?
I think cellular phone is the right term. This is not the kind that is in a car. It's the kind you can put in your pocket. And it had batteries, and the batteries weren't very good, so it was cutting out. But that's the phone I used to call Gail.
It wasn't a phone inside the house?
That's right.
Thank you. Nothing.
Recross.
Yeah. When you were questioned on indicating you were sure it's for an ambulance?
Right, I don't believe you testified to that. I object.
Sustained.
What is your memory at this time? Is your memory that you know that you did not tell them you wanted an ambulance? Is your memory that that's possible?
It is possible that I said something about an ambulance, but my recollection of what I said is, as I testified before, I recall saying, they're dead, I'll show you where they are.
I have no further questions.
Any further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Forbes.
Thank you.
All right. It crashed while I was trying to do was tell y'all goodbye. Dang. Okay, I was gonna do another witness, but StreamYard is just not having this today for some reason, and I'm done arguing with it. So we're gonna stop there. So we got through the first witness. She's cray cray. Cray cray? She's cray cray. She did horrible, awful things to him after the divorce and before. He did controlling, awful things to her, whatever. She put him through law school. He cheated on her and married a younger woman. The same thing that happens to people all around the world all the time, but they don't kill their husbands. She did. The first, that, I still don't quite understand why. And like I said, I missed part of it because I was on the phone because my bank or Walmart or something is pissing me off today. StreamYard's pissing me off. Court TV's website is pissing me off. I'm having a bad day, y'all. And usually Wednesdays, the third Wednesday of the month anyway, usually are good days because that's the day I get paid. But today is not a good day. So her current boyfriend at the time went to a neighbor's house that was friends with them to go check on Dan and Linda. But why? I missed that part. And where was Betty when he went to check? And why did he go to check? I'm going to have to rewatch that part because I missed it somehow. So that's the first witness and opening statements in the Betty Broderick trial. If you guys get a chance, watch the Meredith Baxter Barney movie. It is an excellent movie. Like I said, she was nominated for an Emmy. I don't know if she won it or not, but she was nominated. She did an excellent job portraying the unhinged point that Betty Broderick got to before she finally broke down and did this. Scary. Very scary. So, okay. That's it for today, guys. Thank you so much for coming out, and thank you for sticking around through the technical difficulties. One day I'll be able to afford a better setup and we won't have technical, well, I shouldn't say that. We always have technical difficulties. Everybody has technical difficulties, but maybe they won't be as often and as bad. I don't know. If StreamYard would quit adding bells and whistles that aren't needed, maybe they heard me yesterday because they didn't announce when I came onto the stage that I was on the stage. Like yesterday, every time I came on stage, I would get a little banner across the top. Debbie is on stage. Yeah, I know. Genius. I just put myself there. So, anyway, I will see you guys in the morning at 8 for more Betty Broderick. And if the trial of Donna Adelson starts tomorrow, we will do that. If not, we will do that on Friday because it's definitely supposed to start by Friday. If they have a jury picked, which I think they will. I think they picked Charlie's jury in 3 days, so I'm pretty sure they should be able to do the same with Donna. So Friday we will be starting that trial. So make sure you set your notifications for that. And on Sunday, I am going to Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween Party, and there will be members only videos from that. So if you're not a member, join, please. It's only 99 cents. And when I get 8,000 subscribers, I will be doing a giveaway for a $50 Amazon gift card. So, I will see you guys in the morning. Remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Bye, guys. Love y'all. Have a good day.